apologies, my lord. We apologize for the delayed start. Yes. It was occasioned by the issues that we discussed with the court in chambers pertaining to Mr. Mngomezulu.
Yes.
Yesterday, the proceedings were adjourned to today in order for Mr. Mngomezulu to be present. He is now present. And I'll then ask any of my colleagues, my lord, to put the extent of the discussions that we had in chambers on record.
Yes, Mr. Mngomezulu. Yes.
My lord, as we have discussed that and I've indicated that I'm getting much better, but I'm not in a position to cross-examine the witness, and I've made a request that my cross-examination should be suspended until after the cross-examination of Advocate Mshololo. I will then proceed after Advocate Mshololo, and the parties have agreed, and Advocate Ngumalo has agreed to stand in for me, and that has been communicated with my client, the CB accused number 1, on the basis that the condition in court will actually hamper or disturb the progress of my healing as the court pleases.
Yeah, can you interpret for
Mr. Mngomezulu useyasho-ke ukuthi nanje ngoba beyobonana-ke kulona ihhovisi lakhe umehluleli bakhulumile-ke nokuthi uyasho-ke naye ukuthi useyalulama-ke, kodwa-ke akakakulungeli ukuthi angaqala ngokuthi-ke ahlome imibuzo kuyena umfakazi. Useyacela-ke ukuthi kuqhutshekwe-ke abanye amameli babuze imibuzo, yena kusezoqala-ke noma uzoqhubeka emuva kokuthi u-Advocate Mshololo eseqedile. Uthi-ke konke lokho-ke kukhulunyiwe kanye nawe Mr. Sibiya, washo-ke nokuthi u-Advocate Ngumalo uyena-ke ozomela, nanjengoba yena-ke uzobe engekho-ke uma kuqhutshekwa nalo-ke icala.
Yes, Mr. Ngumalo.
Thank you, my lord. I was approached by Mr. Mngomezulu after we've met in chambers and requested me to stand in for him in order to allow him to recuperate. I have no problems, my lord. This was communicated to his client, Mr. Sibiya.
Naye-ke u-Advocate Ngumalo uyasho-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke sebephumile-ke kuyena umehluleli Mr. Mngomezulu uzile kuyena wamcela-ke ukuthi-ke ammeleke ngalesi sikhathi yena-ke esathi-ke ukululama, wathi-ke naye-ke akanayo inkinga yalokho, futhi lokho kukhulunyiwe kuwena Mr. Sibiya.
If there is any further thing that Mr. Sibiya would wish me to convey to Mr. Mngomezulu, I'm going to take whatever instructions and inform Mr. Mngomezulu about the developments and whatever instructions that is going to relate to me. Thank you.
Nokuthi-ke noma yini-ke ozophuma kuwena-ke Mr. Sibiya ozoyikhuluma wena kuyena u-Advocate Ngumalo, yena uzoyithatha-ke endlulise kuyena-ke Mr. Mngomezulu.
Thank you.
So how long is the hiatus regarding Mr. Mngomezulu's health? It's going to determine how long
my lord,
you assist.
The arrangement is the cross-examination is going to continue up to Advocate Mshololo, and then thereafter Mr. Ngomezulu is going to come back. It is then that stage that this arrangement is going to cease.
Okay. You confirm that, Mr. Ngomezulu? Yeah, you don't have to stand up. You can just...
I do confirm.
You do confirm it.
Mjaji ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi lokho kuzoqhubeka ke kuze kuyofika nini ukuthi ke kuzoqhubeka ukubuzwa imibuzo abameli bonke kuze kuyofika kuyena ke uadvocate Mshololo emuva kwalokho ke ila khona ke azobuya khona ke uMr Ngomezulu naye ke uyavuma ke lokho.
And you say this has been conveyed to Mr. Sibiya, and it was discussed in Mr. Sibiya's presence, meaning you, Mr. Ngomezulu, and Mr. Sibiya, minimum, and the other councils.
Yes,
That is
the minimum was 3, myself, Mr. Ngomezulu, and Mr. Sibiya.
Okay. And what was Mr. Sibiya's view?
He agreed to the arrangement. May the court confirm also from him.
Nikwazi ke inkantolo ukuthi ke uma nikhuluma benye bangaki ke uadvocate Mabe kuyena uMr Ngomezulu kanye nawe ke Sibiya nokuthi ke wakuvuma ke wena lokho. Uma awubanga nankinga ngalokho.
Mr. Ramasipidi?
As the court pleases, my lord, I do confirm the arrangement, and I do also confirm that as part of the part discussion, I was involved, my lord, as the court pleases.
Mr. Nisi?
As it is the court, my lord, although I was not involved in the discussion, but I'm quite happy with the arrangement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Muse?
Munyeki.
Munyeki, sorry.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, my lord, I was not part of the discussion, but I do confirm that some of the issues were raised with the defense of accused number 5.
Mr. Sibiya, stand up. Do you confirm the agreement, or the arrangement?
Lokho okushiwo ke uyena baba Ngomezulu kanye naye advocate Malo uyavuma. Yes, I do confirm a lot.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to quote what the law says.
Yes, Maro, can I just maybe add something?
Oh yes, Mr. Sorry, Baloi.
Regarding the ambit of the discussions that we had in chambers,
Yeah.
it was emphasized that Mr. Ngomezulu will follow the proceedings as they occur, and will also get a running record of the proceedings, so that he's fully acquainted with what is happening in court.
Yeah. How does he follow the proceedings?
Yes. Well, the proceedings have been broadcast live, my lord, and
Okay.
he will, and I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think the extent of the discussions was that, he will follow the proceedings in whichever way to acquaint himself of what is going on. And I suppose if there's anything, he will then communicate with Mr. Ngumalo. And the other thing, my lord, that I'm wondering about, should he then recover before the end of the cross-examination of Mr. Ngumalo, I suppose then he should come back to court. So he's excused from court pending his recuperation or the finalization of the cross-examination by Ms. Mshololo, whichever comes first. That should be the condition.
Thanks. Is that your understanding, Mr. Ngomezulu?
Whichever comes first, my lord.
Okay. Yeah, but that you are going to follow the proceedings on YouTube, you said the other day.
I've been following it, man.
Well, they've got problems with YouTube
No problem.
because there are too many experts there.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
My lord, on that aspect, the proceedings from the 7th of October to the 22nd of October 2014 were emailed to Mr. Ngomezulu, and he confirmed yesterday that he received my emails.
Yeah,
So whatever that comes from now on, I will be forwarding whatever that comes to Mr. Ngomezulu in order for him to apprise himself with the proceedings. Thank you.
Ongezile kumshushisi kuloko sekukhulunyiwe ukuthi ke okunye bekukhulunyiwe noma ke bebevumelene ngabo ukuthi-ke yena-ke uMr Mngomezulu uzoqhubeka-ke alandeleke icala leli noma-ke alibukeke kwiyinkundla-ke lezi noma-ke kumabonakude yena-ke ushilo kusho kwajaji ukuthi-ke ebelandela-ke ku-YouTube kodwa-ke uyakujaji yena-ke no-YouTube inkinga ngoba-ke kunongoti abaningi lapho kodwa-ke uzolandela-ke noma-ke futhi-ke nalokho okwenzekayo noma amarekhodi uzowa-imelelwa akhona-ke bese wathunyelwe uma kuwukuthi okunye futhi akusho umshushizi ukuthi uma kuwukuthi-ke uMr Mngomezulu usebangcono-ke kakhulu-ke noma ukwisimo sokuthi angabuyela enkantolo usengabuyela-ke ngaphambi kokuthi mhlawumbe kuyofika kuyena-ke advocate Msholo noma u-advocate Nomalo kodwa bathi-ke noma yikuphi okufike kuqala kodwa uma kuwukuthi uba ngcono ngaphambi kokuthi ifike leso sikhathi usengabuyela-ke.
Yeah. Okay. This is what the law stipulates. The cross-examination, let's start there. The cross-examination sequence, which appertains in a court of law, is governed, I think, by Section 127. And amongst others, it is discretional upon the presiding officer as to the sequential cross-examination which is going to be exercised by various counsel in a particular case like this one, has to abide by the prescripts as to how the accused before court are being cited after being charged. In other words, lack of a better word, if Mr. Sibiya, as he is accused number one, his counsel is expected after each and every witness to be the first to cross-examine the state witness who has given that evidence. But these procedures are not immutable. They are not cast in stone. They can be modified, added to, if special circumstances arise, like in this case. This case started before this court in July 2023, but previously my colleague was involved in this case, Judge Maumela, who had to recuse himself after being incapacitated physically. So I am aware that the allegations also arise against the accused as on during October 2014, about 10 years ago. This court will not go into the history of this trial, but for various reasons, the actual concourse of this trial only began, I think, in 2019, is that so? 2019, before Mr. Maumela.
Yeah, well, before Judge Maumela, it was the first appearance was in February 2022.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yes.
So that was the initial appearance of the accused before this court. So I am of the view that because of the history of this case and because of the incapacity, which I believe is temporary, of Mr. Mngomezulu, these aspects constitute special, extraordinary circumstances which may allow this court to accede to the request by Mr. Mngomezulu and his client that Mr. Mngomezulu will keep himself apprised of the proceedings in this case, as he has always been doing, and he will keep in contact with Advocate Ngumalo, who has volunteered to assist accused number 1 and Mr. Mgomezulu. The overriding aspect is that no other accused should suffer prejudice in this trial as a result of the arrangements which this court is agreeing to as requested by Mr. Mgomezulu and his client. Because the court is enjoined in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution to accord an accused and his counsel or attorney a fair trial as described in our Constitution by, amongst others, a retired judge of the Constitutional Court, Johan Krichler, in the case of the Attorney General of the Cape versus Key, which is a constitutional case which is seminal, in my view, in defining the aspects which we all refer to as a fair trial. And I'm also consoled by the fact that there is no apparent conflict of interest amongst the accused and their counsels regarding the charges facing the accused. The accused are facing 5 charges. Murder with the application of Section 51(1) of the Criminal Procedure Act. Robbery, also with the applicability of Section 51(1). Possession of a firearm, and also attempted murder with the applicable Section 51(1) also being there, and possession of ammunition. And further, the accused are also charged jointly with the allegation that they allegedly committed these offenses in pursuance of a common purpose. So consequently, the onus of proof, which rests on the state to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, is not delineated differently from either of the accused. The state has to prove those charges with the application of the doctrine of common purpose. All 5 accused also reserved their right in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution not to disclose the basis of their defense. Consequently, as I say, up to this stage, it cannot be cogently argued that the accused, any of the accused or counsel, with regard to the arrangements which this court is acceding to about the health of Mr. Mgomezulu, that there has been a conflict of interest or there has been a denial of the concept of a free trial which must appertain to all the accused before court. Consequently, then, that application is granted.
Ngokomthetho ke kufanele ukuthi uma umbuso usuqedile ukuthi ke uhole ofakazi kube ukuthi ke ngokokulandelana kwabo abasolwa imibuzo ke ihlonywe ngaleyo ndlela ibona ke abameli ngaphandleni kokuthi uma kunezimo ke ezikhethekile noma ke izimo ke eyiphoqayo ukuthi-ke kungashintshwa-ke kulokho noma-ke kwenziwe ngokwahlukile. Inkantolo iyasho-ke la ukuthi-ke uma kulalelwa sona-ke isicelo lesi sakhe uMr Mngomezulu ngokungaphatheki kahle kwakhe, inkantolo ayiboni ingakhona-ke inkinga ukuthi-ke isivumele leso sicelo leso, nangokuthi futhi naye-ke ushilo uvumile-ke umsolo wakhe ukuthi cha akanankinga nalokho, naye-ke u-advocate Nxumalo wakuvuma-ke lokho ukuthi cha akanankinga ukuthi angasiza lapho. Inkantolo yabe ngena-ke nakumlando wecala ukuthi icala laqala kuphi-ke ngaphambi komahluleli owangaphambili yena uJudge Mawumela. Kodwa-ke ekugcineni kona konke-ke lokho inkantolo ithi ngoba-ke abasolwa bethweswe amacala, akusona amacala ahlukahlukene la kungatholakala ekuhambekeni kwesikhathi ukuthi kuzoba khona-ke ukushayisana noma ukungqubuzana okukhona. Ngenxa yalezo izathu-ke ayisiboni isizathu noma-ke singekho isizathu sokuthi-ke inkantolo ingavumelani naleso sicelo leso. Iyasivuma-ke inkantolo ukuthi kungaqhutshekwa ngale ndlela ekuvunyelwene ngayo abameli kanye naye umsolwa wokuqala, futhi-ke noMr Mngomezulu uzolandela-ke noma uzobuka-ke lokho kwenzekayo la inkantolo esekhaya-ke ngale ndlela ashilo ukuthi-ke uzolandela ngayo.
Yeah, also he gets a periodic record of the proceedings, besides just himself being apprised of the progress of the trial. He must also be furnished, as he has been furnished, by the running record, which is available to all counsels in this case. And therefore I find that it is in the interest of justice that this case should proceed.
Futhi-ke nanjengoba eshilo ukuthi uzolandela uzobukela kumabonakude noma ngaleyo ndlela-ke azokwenza ngayo, kodwa-ke ngaphezu kwalokho athole futhi-ke namarekhodi noma-ke lokho kwenzekayo njengoba abanye bebathunyelwa-ke nge-email, naye-ke awathunyele nangale ndlela bekwenziwa ngayo ngaphambilini.
Okay, yes.
Please, my lord.
Yes.
I have excuse.
Thanks. Mr. Brigadier.
Yes, my lord.
Kinanda, you're still under oath. Okay.
Yes, my lord.
Thanks. Okay.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, may I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Brigadier.
Morning, Mr. Ramsebi.
Now, sir, I'm going to start my cross-examination with certain preliminary questions before we address exhibits HH and JJ, which are the confession statements of accused number 2.
Yes.
Now, in your evidence in chief, you testified that you were tasked by Lieutenant General Nkomo, who was at the time the head of detectives, for you and certain members of the police to visit the family of the deceased, being Senzo Meyiwa, in October 2016. Is that correct?
I don't remember the month, but yes, around 2016, my lord. That is correct.
Ushilo-ke kubufakazi bakho buyinhloko ukuthi-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke uLieutenant General Nkomo okwakuyena wayehola-ke ithimba noma-ke wayehola-ke abaseshi, uyena wacela wena kanye nabanye ukuthi niyobona umndeni kamufi uSenzo Meyiwa ngo-October 2016. Inyanga angiyikhumbuli kodwa yebo kwakungo-2016.
Perhaps to refresh your mind, do you recall if you made a statement to that effect?
Yes, I did, my lord.
Ingabe uyakhumbula yini wenza istatement mayelana nalokho? Yebo ngasenza.
Brigadier, I'm going to refer you to A128, which is your statement, and your handwriting is like mine. It's like a doctor's handwriting, so I'm going to ask you to personally read it. My lord, the statement is A128. It's a statement by Brigadier Geninda. I don't think it's complete, my lord. Let me look for the part. Yes, what A128? My Lord, let me pack this question. I see the A128 that I have does not have the commissioning part and the other paragraphs. I'll ask the state to assist me in this regard. But you have indeed made a statement regarding this visit to the family of the deceased.
That is correct, my lord, and I do have the original A128, and indeed it does indicate that it was around October 2016. So I have
Okay,
the original
if you go to
statement.
the back of it and just tell the court when it was commissioned and by whom.
It was commissioned in 2019, November the 29th by Sergeant Mohula, my lord.
Nginaso-ke le statement ungibuza ngaso A128 uma sibekwa-ke istamp noma si-commissiona-ke nge-29 zikaNovember 2019 uyena uSergeant Mohula.
And I'm going to request you, Colonel, with leave of the court, to place the contents of that statement in record.
So it reads as follows, my lord. I, the undersigned Bongani Nicholas Gininda, state under oath in English as follows. I'm a police officer with personal number there's a personal number, my lord, holding a rank of a colonel and stationed at the National Head Office, NATCOM's office. Then I've placed the cell phone number. Paragraph 2, on the 27th October 2016, I was tasked by then Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, Lieutenant General Nkomo, to assist with a visit of the Senzo Meyiwa family in KZN. She further requested me, she also requested me, I think, with my team to assist in the investigation of the said matter of the death of Senzo Meyiwa under Phosphorus 636-10-2014. It is pertinent, it is prudent to mention that I was not part of the investigation of the said matter when it initially occurred in 2014. I was tasked by the Divisional Commissioner together with the following members: Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Captain Mabuti, Sergeant Mohane, and 4 tactical team support members. I wrote Sisiane, Ngwenya, Fusi, and Swahili. On the said date of the 27th of October 2016, we indeed arrived at Senzo Meyiwa's place where we met his family. We introduced ourselves and advised the family that we will be assisting with the investigation of the said matter in question. The family indicated to us that the son-in-law, Mr. Thope, has knowledge or information that can help us with the direction of the case. We were given the contact numbers of the son-in-law, and I phoned the son-in-law from my cell phone to arrange for us to meet. Mr. Thope agreed to meet us on the very same day in Wimpy, next to his place of employment in Durban area. We met Mr. Thope where we identify ourselves. Mr. Thope was specifically interviewed by Captain Mabuti in my presence, and his statement written down by Captain Mabuti, where Mr. Thope then took an oath and signed it after the statement was written. It was given to me, and I inserted it on the investigation file where I marked it on top with my handwriting. The said statement was never removed by me at any stage until the case docket was given by my team to Colonel Shibiri for further investigation. When I was reappointed by the current Minister and the National Commissioner to revisit the said investigation, the said statement was still in the docket when the dockets were given to us by the previous investigation team. Copies of the docket was given to 4 members of the investigation team. This means Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Warrant Officer Makubo, and later Advocate Sirepo from DPP KZN. After this said docket were given to these said dockets were given to the DPP Johannesburg for further guidance. The said statement was in all material times in the docket, and when the dockets were given back to me as the lead IO from DPP, the said statement was in the docket and is still in the said docket to date as A116 and A175 correct indexing. After the interview with Mr. Hlophe in October 2016, I have never phoned or spoken or met Mr. Hlophe for any reason to date. I have never taken or written a statement from him directly with my own handwriting or said in any interview other than what is listed above. Then it's the oath, my lord, and where I then signed, and then it's the commissioning.
Thank you, Brigadier. As the court pleases.
Okay. Istatement ke ubrigadier awasenza ke ngokumayelana naloko kuya ke nokuthi uya kwabo ke khona iKZN kuyobona umndeni wakhe ke umufi sifundeka ngalendlela ngiyiphoyisa yabhala ke ipersonal number yakhe nerenki futhi ika Colonel emaphoyiseni ngisebenzela ke eNational Head Office nge-27 ku-October 2016 ngaye ngacela ke noma ngacela kuyiloyo owayephethe noma umcommissioner wama detectives ngaleso sikhathi uLieutenant General Nkomo ukuthi ke ngilekelele ngokuthi ke kiweke kuona umndeni wakhe uSenzo Meyiwa eKZN futhi ke okunye acela ke asicela kona ke mina kanye nethimba ke ukuthi silekeleleke uphenyo lalo ke icala lelo abe khuluma ngokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa elalingaphansi ko-Force Letters Case 63610-2014 angikusho ke nokuthi ke ngangasiyena noma ngangasiyona ke ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo lalo icala leli ke eqaleni noma ke eqaleni kwakhe eqaleni kwalo ngaye u2014 mina ke ngase ngicelwa ke uloyo noma ke nginikezwa ke umsebenzi owawuleyo wa-division commissioner kanye futhi nalamalunga ke alandelayo Lieutenant Colonel Ramuhola uCaptain Mabuthi uSergeant Mukhane kanye futhi ke naba u4 be-tactical support team Sesiyane uNgwenya uFusi kanye noTsayelo ngalelo langa 27 October 2016 impela ke safika ke kumndeni wakhe uSenzo Meyiwa la esahlangana khona ke nomndeni sase sithola ke lapho kuona ke umndeni siwazisa futhi noma siutshela umndeni ukuthi sizolekelela ke ngophenyo lwalo icala leli umndeni wase usazisa ke ukuthi kunomkhwenyana wabo ke uHlophe yena ke onolwazi futhi ke neinformation yokuthi ke ingasinikeza ke uhlangothi noma ukuthi siye ngakuphi ke mayelana necala leli sase sinikezwa zona ke inamba zakhe umkhwenyana lowo futhi ke ngamshayela ucingo ke mina ke ngisebenzisa owami umakhalekhukhwini ukuthi asihlangane Mr. Hlophe wavuma ke ukuthi ahlangane nathi ngalelo langa lelo eWimpy eduze nala ayesebenzela khona eDurban sahlangana ke no Mr. Hlophe sayichaza ukuthi siwobani Mr. Hlophe naye ke waba ne-interview kanye naye uCaptain Mabuthi ngikhona ke nami lapho futhi ke istatement sakhe sabhalwa phansi uyena uCaptain Mabuthi la khona ke uMr. Hlophe wase efunga ke wasayinda futhi emuva ke ukuthi kuthathwe istatement sakhe sibhalwe phansi sase sinikezelwa kumina ke ukuthi ke ngisifake noma ke sibe kuyona ke ifile la esama kwakhona ke noma ingasimaka khona ke phezulu istatement leso ke asikaze sikhishwe ke noma sikhishwe ke kuyona ke ifile leyo noma ke kwidokodo kwazi kwa isikhathi la khona ke sanikezelwa khona ke kwithimba eliphenyayo ngaphansi kwakhe ke uKolonel Shiburi ukuthi iqhutshekwe nophenyo uma sengibuyisela noma sengicelwa ke futhi ukuthi ke ayibe yimina ke manje ophenya icala lelo istatement leso ke noma ngiqhubeke ngophenyo lwalo cala leso statement leso saseyingxenye ke yedokodo lelo engangiliphenya noma ke engalinikezelwa ke uma nginikezwa ithimba leli eliphenyayo ebeliphenya ngaphambili. Amakhophi edokodo anikezelwa ke kumalunga amane ethimba eliphenyayo uKenneth Buthelezi, Lieutenant Colonel Ramuhala, Warrant Officer Makhubo kanye naye ke umshushisi noma ke advocate Sirepo wase DPP eKZN. Emuva kwalokho ke idokodo leli laye landluliselwa ke ku DPP noma ke kwihhovisi labeshushisi eGoli ukuthi ke basho ke ukuthi ke kuzothini ke ukuya phambili. Leso statement leso ngaso sonke isikhathi ke sasiyingxenye yedokodo lelo noma futhi ke idokodo lalinikeza libuyiselwa ke kumina ke nanjengomuntu oyena owumphenyi libuya ke kuyona ke iDPP. I-statement leso sasisekhona singaphakathi lapho. Emuva kokuthi kwakhulunyiswana ke noma ke uMr Hlophe kwakhulunywa naye ke ngoOctober ka2016 angaze ke ngimshayela ucingo ngikhulume naye noma ngihlangane naye uMr Hlophe noma sihlanganela ke isiphi noma isiphi isizathu angaze futhi ngithathe ke istatement kuyena uMr Hlophe noma sibhalwa yimi noma kungasiyimina noma ngibe ne-interview naye emuva kwalelo langa lelo.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Now, Brigadier, you state that at the time you were not part of the investigation of Foslo Ras 636-10 of 2014. Who was the investigating officer at the time?
Brigadier Modise, the late Brigadier Modise Malot. He was from Gauteng.
Ushilo ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso ke wangasiyona ke ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo ke kulecala lelo case 63610 2014 kwakubani uthi ke osengasekho ke yena uBrigadier Modise kwakuwala eGauteng.
And the gist of your A128 is that Mr. Hlophe then made a statement which was obtained by Captain Mabuti. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ngiyasho ke la ukuthi ke uMr Hlophe lona kune statement awasenza esabhalwa phansi uyena uCaptain Mabuti.
But furthermore, my lord, that the said statement made or taken from Mr. Hlophe is in the docket because 128 was in relation to the allegation or the assertion that the statement that was given by Mr. Hlophe in my presence, although it was said it was taken by me, is missing. So the gist of 128 was to correct the allegation, to say the statement was taken in my presence by Captain Mabuti and the statement is not missing, it's still available.
Yebo ke futhi ke lana ke bekunensolo yokuthi ke istatement lesi esathathwa uyena uCaptain Mabuti ngikhona ke mina ke kwakuwukuthi okoqala sasithathwe yimina engasilona ke iqiniso sasithathwa uyena uCaptain Mabuti futhi nokuthi ke sasingasekho ke manje kwidokodo noma singaseyona ke ingxenye yedokodo kodwa mina ngisho ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi leso statement leso sikhona ke u128 kuyona idokodo.
And where were those allegations that the statement has now gone missing from the docket? Where did those allegations emanate from?
Well, my lord, it came up when so you'll see the date, my lord, it's 2019 when it was commissioned. So one will see that in 2016 I didn't make a statement myself because there was no need, there was no allegation. I was basically present when the statement is taken from Mr. Hlophe. Fast-tracking to 2018, I then get appointed as the lead investigating officer. We then, while we were running with this investigation, then these allegations, they were in the media platform a lot. In our discussion with the NPA, because I did say that there was a prosecutorial arrangement between us and the NPA, this assertion then needed to be addressed, and that is how this statement was made. Not that someone confronted me, it was something that the DPP felt that, look, there is this issue, let's just address it, and that's how I made a statement, my lord.
Ufuna ukwazi ke manje ubaba Msipili ukuthi ke le insolo lezi ayibuya kuphi ukuthi le statement esasingasiona ke ingxenye noma sasilahlekile kwidokodo uyasho ukuthi ke ngo2016 ngoba ke senziwa ke statement lesi uyena uCaptain Mabuti esithatha ke na ke uHlophe insolo lezi azingekho sasingekho ke isidingo sokuthi ngenze statement sesiqhubeka ke manje manje sikhulumisana ke siqhubeka nophenyo ke nayo NPA kwaba khole insolo ke eyibakhona ke kwiinkundla zokuxhumana ila NPA ke manje seyisho khona ke ukuthi ke asilungise lokho ngoba ke kunalezi insolo lezi ingakho ke manje le statement lesi sa commission ngo 2019.
Furthermore, my lord, sorry Mr. Ramsipele, furthermore, when, and I testify about this, my lord, when docket 375 was eventually then disclosed, when I said, I think I covered that in evidence in chief, with regard to docket 375 of 1/2019, and we had to make the copies for the defense. I saw also a statement there by one of the investigators making the same assertion, insinuating that the statement taken by Mr. Thope is missing. There's something to that effect, and that basically corrects that cannot be true.
Okunye futhi ke uma sikhuluma ngaleli ke idokodo ele u375 ila engabona kune statement ke somunye ke walabo babe yithimba ke noma ke ababephenya sisho ke ukuthi statement lesi sikahlophe ke asikho kuleli dokodo lesi, so manje ke lesi sami ke statement bekulungisa lokho.
Now, Colonel, Brigadier, if you know, prior to Modise, I don't know her title, that you mentioned that she was the investigating officer of this case. Prior to her, do you know if the case was investigated by another investigative team?
Yes, so my understanding, and that is now in relation of what the quoted contains, my lord. The first investigating officer that was leading was in 2014. So first it was the DPCI. That is why one will see that when the cell phones were taken from the people who were inside the house, the person who took control of those cell phones as an investigating officer is one Lieutenant Kenneth Nittling. He is from the DPCI, that's the Hawks. Secondly, the downloadings of the cell phones were done by Captain Mushwana. He is from the Hawks.
Okay, just a moment. Sorry. Ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ke ngabe uyazi ukuthi obani ke abokuqala noma ke ithimba lokuphenya lokuqala laliphenya lelicala okokuqala ke okokuqala nje kwakuyi DPCI lokho kubizwa ukuthi ke ama Hawks. Uma kuthathwa ke umakhalekhukhwini babantu ababesendlini ke bathathwa uLieutenant Kenneth Nittling obuya kona ke ama Hawks. Uma kwenziwa ke manje ukhitshwa imininingwane noma phecelezi ke i-downloading kwaba ke uKenneth Mushwana nayo obuya kuma Hawks.
The application for Section 205 for everyone that was in the house, my lord, were done by Captain Bomsrang. He is also from DPCI, the Hawks.
Captain
Bomsrang. He's a Lieutenant Colonel now, Lieutenant Colonel Bomsrang.
Uma kwenziwa ke isicelo sama Section 205 ke senziwa ke uCaptain Bomsrang kodwa ke manje uKenneth ke naye ubuya kuma Hawks.
Now, in few days from there, my lord, then the detectives, provincial detectives, then took over, and then female Captain Mutetwa was then the IO of this matter. That's female Colonel Mutetwa.
Bese kuthi ke kuyinsuku nje ezimbalwa ke muva ke kwalokho kwase kuthi ke manje ke ihhovisi ke labaseshi ke kwaba yilona ke manje esewuthatha uphenyo owesifazana ke uCaptain Mthethwa kwaba uyena ke manje oyena ophenyikala.
So Captain Mthethwa, my lord, was also working in the same office or provincial office where Brigadier Modise was. He was a colonel at the time, and there was also Brigadier Ndlovu. So it was the same office, and I'm not sure at what stage who was playing at what role at the time, but I know Captain Mthethwa was the lead IO. At the time when I was tasked by the DIVCOM, I know it specifically is Brigadier Modise, because when we got to Mr. Matala to follow this assertion by Mr. Thope that he told him what is contained in that statement, I was referred to Brigadier Modise to say, we don't know you, this is the IO, and I had to ask him to say, look, we have the request from the DIVCOM, can you allow this person to respond? And I've indicated, my lord, that there was resistance. So that is how I know the presence of Brigadier Modise.
Futhi ke yena uCaptain Mthethwa wayesebenza ke kuhhovisi elilodwa ke naye ke uKenneth uBrigadier Modise kwakuyiKenneth ke ngaleso sikhathi kanye futhi naye ke uBrigadier Ndlovu ke angazi nje ukuthi ke ubani ke owayebambe liphi iqhaza ngaleso sikhathi leso. Futhi ke ukwazi kwami ngaye ke uBrigadier Modise kwakungenkathi ke nanjengoba bengikushilo ngaphambili lokho ukuthi ke uma sengiya noma sesiya kuyena ke uTumelo Madlala siyombuza ke ngalokho okushiwo uyena ke uMr Hlophe ukuthi yiloko akutshelwa uTumelo abesithi ke uThumelo Madlala cha anginazi nina ke umuntu engimaziyo mina ke uBrigadier Mudise ilapho ke engazi khona ke ngaye uBrigadier Mudise ngase ngimcela ke ukuthi ke awulekelele lo muntu lona ke khona ke sikufunayo kuyena ke ngishilo ke nangaphambili ukuthi ke kwaba khona ke ungavumi nalapho.
Lastly, my lord, I further know that there was a time when the provincial detectives were working hand in glove with DPCI, and I saw that in the docket. All this I'm referring to the docket, my lord, because there was a time where Major General Mukotedi was participating, I don't know whether it was a reconstruction or some form of activities with the provincial detectives. So there was also that joint type of an investigation team.
So the detectives are working hand in glove with office
DPCI.
Thank you. Futhi ke abaseshi ke besifunda babesebenza ke noma besebenza ke ndawonye kanye naye ke DPCI phecelezi ke ama-Hawks. Ngiyazi ke ukuthi kuna Major General Mukotedi ke naye ke owaye khona ke noma ke eyingxenye ke lapho ila ababesebenzisana khona ke nabaseshi besifunda.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your further testimony is that your team, where now you assist with the matter, this occurred on the 12th of November 2018, is that correct?
That's correct, my lord. That's when I signed for the docket after being appointed by the previous National Commissioner General Stole.
Yebo kwakungayi 12 November 2018 ke ingalelo langa ke engasayinda ngalo ke ngisayindela ke idocket emuva kokuthi sengiqokiwe ke yilowo umcommissioner ngaleso sikhathi uGeneral Sithole.
And that the officers that were tasked with you were 3 more, that is Ramohala, Colonel Buthelezi, Warrant Officer Makubo, and yourself. So there were 4 of you, that's correct?
It was 4 of us, that's correct, my lord, in a sense that was the specific members, but the cold case unit, which was under my control, my lord, was tasked, in other words, handling this matter. Colonel Ramohala was part of the cold case unit. It is these 2 members who were seconded to the unit to assist specifically in this investigation, but the unit itself, which didn't have many members, I think it was myself, Colonel Ramohala, Sergeant Mohane, Sergeant Mohula, I think we're 4 or 5, my lord. So we're tasked to lead that. So all the resources or equipments that were needed were coming from that. But second to that, it was then these 2 members who were then said must work specifically with the case of Senzo Meyiwa, my lord.
Kodwa osho ukuthi ke ninake nabanye wena ke uLieutenant Colonel Ramohala uButhelezi kanye noMakhubo ke kwakuyinina ke mina naba u4 basebenza ngalecala. Okwenzeka ke ukuthi ke i-cold case unit lena engaphansi kwami ke noma ke engihola yo ke kwakuyiyona ke manje enikezwe umsebenzi ukuthi ke ayiphenye lelicala kwakuyimina ngiyazi ukuthi asiba u4 imina uKolonel Ramohala uSergeant Mohula kanye uSergeant Mohane kwase kuthi laba ababili ke nabo ke bese befaka ke nabo ke ukuthi ke abalekeleleke ukuphenywa kwalelicala kaSenzo Meyiwa.
But to put it into correct context, my lord, the communication during that appointment referred to the 4 of us, meaning myself, Colonel Ramohala, Warrant Officer Makubo, and Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi.
Kodwa ke uma manje ke sekukhishwa ke izwi ke manje liphumela thina ke soba u4 imina uLieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi kanye no Warrant Officer Makubo.
And as you now state, as you had previously stated, Warrant Officer Makubo is seconded from DPCI, and Colonel Buthelezi is seconded from the psychology unit of the SAPS based in Pretoria. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Nanjengoba usho ke kwaseke manje kuvela ke nalamagama amabili ke uWarrant Officer Makubo yena ke obuya ke ku-DPCI ama-Hawks kanye futhi ke naye uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi obuya ke kule unit ke psychology ela ePretoria yebo kuyiqiniso.
And thereafter, as one of the leading investigators, you then make a conscious decision that all 4 leading members, I'm not speaking about Mohane Mohola and the others, yourself, Buthelezi, Warrant Officer Makubo, and Captain Ramohala, must be availed with copies of 63610 for bouncing off idea purposes regarding the direction of the case, correct?
That is partly correct, my lord. It's correct in the sense of the last part which talks to bouncing off the ideas insofar as what the docket tells us making the copies, that is correct. But the first assertion that the 4 of us were leading investigating officers. It's incorrect. The mandate was very clear and the ranking structure was also very clear. I was the most senior person at that time. I was a full colonel. There was no full colonel in that structure. I was the most senior person and I was appointed as such as the lead investigating officers. These other 3 members were part of the investigation team in terms of the listing, but not as lead investigating officers, my lord.
Manje ke bese kuthi ke nanje kuba ushila ukuthi nanje kuba ninake nihola ke noma u4 ke nikuyinaka abaholayo ke uphenyo lolu ke ukuthi ke manje ke nasenikezana amakhophi ke amadokodo ukuthi ke manje ke anikhombisane ke noma nixoxisane ke nibonisane ukuthi ke uphenyo lolu aliyo ngakuluphi ke uhlangothi. Yebo lokho okwesibili ke kona ukuthi ke sasizo tshelana noma sixoxisane ke ukuthi ke icala noma uphenyo luya ngakuluphi uhlangothi kuyiqiniso. Kodwa ke mala nalokho kokuqala okushilo kwakusilona ke iqiniso kona ukuthi yebo kusasiba u4 ekuyithina ke ithimba eliphenyayo. Kodwa ke kwakuyimina ke wayephezulu ngesikhundla ngangeyicolonel ophelele ke ngaleso sikhathi leso futhi ke kwakuyimina oholayo ke noma ke ohamba phambili ke ngophenya kwecala.
Okay, I accept that correction that you were the main lead investigator. And your testimony further is that during the course of discussions amongst the investigative team, it became quite clear that there were differences of opinion between, on the one hand, yourself, Ramohala, agreeing, and on the other hand, Warrant Officer Makubo and Colonel Buthelezi disagreeing. Is that correct?
Yes, it became very clear, my lord.
Mase uqhubeka ke manje uphenyo ke kwaye kwacaca bha ke ukuthi ke manje kukhona ke ungaboni ngasonye kulona ke ithimba leli eliphenyayo ke wena ke ulamuhala Ramohala bese futhi Makhubo ke kanye nayo ke uThelezi. Yebo lokho kwacaca ukuthi yebo kwakhona ke ungaboni ngasonye.
And the differences of opinion according to your testimony were regarding the theory of the case, namely the theory whether or not there were intruders in the house, if there were intruders or if there were no intruders. You and Ramohala believing that there were intruders and Warrant Officer Buthelezi, Makubo and Colonel Buthelezi disagreeing, saying there were no intruders. Is that correct?
It is correct, my lord, but it later became clear when, like I said, when I read 375, the docket 375, that there was also, as I said, a statement that seems to, not seem, it says that the statement given to Mr. Thorpe or taken by me is actually not in the docket. And the assertion that was given, and which I think that's where these allegations were coming from, it was to an extent that it was creating an impression that Mr. Thorpe gave a statement that would have been a breakthrough in this matter. And that statement somehow was not filed in the docket by me. And that assertion, and I think that at that time, obviously I was not aware of what is contained at docket. It was not even open, but subsequently it was open and I saw that. So I don't know where it's coming from a lot, but it was there. But it also created the wage because there was this suspicion where I was not confronted to say, but Colonel, there's a belief that you took a statement. Where's the statement? So there was that. I'm saying in addition to it, my lord, it was in the background, but later then I came to know that this is that. But yes, there were difference of opinion, and those opinions, those difference of opinion were in existence right up to the 29 when we had that meeting at the DPP's office, the 29th of January 2019, with the team, meaning Warrant Officer Makubo, Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, under the lead of Brigadier Perumal. It was clear that Brigadier Perumal was saying insofar as docket 636 of 10/2014, we are still investigating. I remember that the 2 members in that meeting to the DPP, their assertion was that insofar as that docket, which, like I said, my lord, I saw the file, they were saying the investigation is concluded and they want a decision. So that was just a confirmation that there was a really difference of opinion, even the approach.
375 concluded.
Yes, on the 29th of January 2019.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi ke kwakukhona ke ukungibuzana ke noma ke ukungaboni ke ngasonyeke mayelana ke naloko ukuthi ke uma echaza ke uMr Ramsipile ukuthi ke wena ke kanye naye ke uRamuhala nani sho ke ukuthi ke nina ke niyakholelwa ke noma ke niyavuma ukuthi ngempela bakhona abantu abangena bese ukuthi yena ke uMakhubo kanye naye ke uButhelezi bethi bona ke cha lokho leyo nkulumo leyo abahambisaniyo nayo bona bethi ke cha abekho abantu abangena khona lapha kona lokho ngempela ke kuyiqiniso manje bangishilo ke nangaphambili ukuthi ke kwakukhona ke nalenkulumo ke kodwa ke akaze kuziwe ke kumina ke kuthiwa Kennel kune statement owasithatha kuyena ke uhlophe leso statement leso ke asisiboni kodwa nje kwakuyinzolo izinto ke engayibona ke kulona ke idokodo lelo ingapho ke manje sengalungisa ke khona lokho futhi ke kunawo ke nomhlangano owawukhona ke wange 29 zika January 2019 kanye naye ke uBrigadier Perman la ekwakushiwo ke khona ukuthi ke uphenyo ku63610 2014 luyaqhubeka bese kuthi ke nalamalunga amanye ababili ke khulunywa ngaye ke uMakhubo kanye noButhelezi bethi cha uphenyo ke ngakuleli ke idokodo elu375 bona ke basho ukuthi ke cha lapho ke uphenyo seluqediwe akusekho phenyo olwenziwayo.
And you stated that as a result of the differences, Warrant Officer Makhubo and Colonel Buthelezi then went their separate ways. Were they then removed officially from the investigation of 636 of 10/2014?
My Lord, they went their separate ways. I wouldn't say, I was the lead investigating officer, so at no stage did I say to them they should not form part of the team. It just happened, my Lord, that they were not coming through, there were no reports coming. It was clear that there were a lot of trust issues, my Lord. So they just went a separate way, my Lord.
Ukusho ukuthi ke manje ke uyena ke uwarrant officer Makhubo kanye naye ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi ke manje base ke bephumela ke ngezabo ke indlela ke ukuthi ke manje ngabe ukhona yini umlomo owasho noma ke owakhishwa ukuthi ke cha abangasibiyona ke ingxenye manje yalo uphenyo lolu cha mina ke nanjengo uyena ke wayehola ithimba leli eliphenyayo ke angaze ngisho ke kubona ukuthi cha ke manje abasuke ke bangabiyona ke ingxenye ukuthi nje bona ibona ke nje abathatha isinqumo sokuthi ke kwangani ama report ayingasezi ukubona ukuthi futhi ke nokuthembana ke akusekho.
So, sorry, my Lord, just to add on that, this is the reason why I said in my evidence in chief, the appointment of Brigadier Perumal was then brought in. The purpose was to be the coordinator between the SABS and the NPA, but most importantly, it was for him to come with fresh pairs of eyes to look into this docket 636 as well as the 375 because it was in existence at the time, and then brief the National Commissioner in terms of these differences that were apparent. I gave Brigadier Perumal this docket. That is actually the only time also where the docket was out of my hand, when he made copies of this. I do know, my Lord, as I've said in evidence in chief, that he didn't manage to get hold of the docket 375. There was resistance and he never got it.
Ilapho ke noma ke bengishilo ngaphambili ukuthi ke kwakungenxa yaleso sizathu ke la kwalethwa khona ke uBrigadier Perumal ukuthi ke kuze ke manje ke amehlo amashake la ezobheka khona ke azothatha u636 10 of 2014 ambuke abese thatha futhi nelinye leli ke idokodo u375 ambuke ke abese yabe asho ke ukuthi yena uthini ke manje nanjengoba kukhona ke lokhu ukuthi kunalo mehluko okhona ke kulamadokodo amabili ke ngase ngimnikeza mina ke babe senikeza ngovo lwakhe ngamnikeza ke mina leli idokodo u636 isona sikhathi kuphela ke la idokodo leli alingekho esandleni sami ukuthi ke enze amakhophi alo kodwa ke idokodo leli u375 lona ke akaze alithole noma ke babe ngavumi ke ukuthi bamnike.
So, sorry, my Lord, just to qualify, when I say it's the only time the docket was out of my hand, I'm referring other than the times when it went to the DPP, both in Johannesburg and here in Pretoria.
Futhi ke uma ngathi ngithi ke isona sikhathi ke la idokodo sasilingekho kumina ke ngikhuluma ke ngaphandle kwesikhathi la khona ke idokodo ngangilithatha ngilise kuma office abeshushisi la ePitori kanye nase Johannesburg.
Now that and emanating from your answer as to Warrant Officer Makhubo, Colonel Buthelezi not reporting back to you as the investigating officer, and the fact that they do have copies of 636 each on them, Does that mean there was a parallel investigation by yourself and Makubo and Buthelezi and, yourself and Ramohala and Buthelezi and Makubo on this matter?
I wouldn't say there was a parallel investigation. My Lord, as I said, the lines of engagement, and that is the protocol, because I was not told officially there's a parallel investigation. When an instruction is given that this is the lead investigating officer, that is instruction. Protocol must be observed. That is now the discipline that we are taught in the police. Secondly, the chain of command in terms of seniority was very clear as to who is the leading investigating officer, other than the appointment itself. So there is no parallel investigation that I'm aware of. That's to answer Mr. Ramsipile's question. Secondly, there is only one docket, my Lord, that relates to the death of Senzo Meyiwa, and that is docket 636, Phosphorus 636 of 10/2014. What I know insofar as what could be termed parallel, and I don't know how, my Lord, is that docket 375 of 1/2019 was then opened, and I've heard this assertion that is parallel, but as I said in my evidence in chief, that is a docket of defeating the end of justice, not murder. So I'm not sure how the two can be parallel, because this is murder, this is defeating. This occurs in 2014, the docket of defeating gets opened in 2019. So I'm not aware, my Lord. I know that there's been this talk that parallel, but there's no parallel insofar as I know, my Lord.
Ngabe lokho kusho ukuthi ke uma uthi ke amakhophi ke noma ke uwarrant officer Makubo kanye naye ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi benamakhophi ke alelo dokote leli ku-63610 of 2019 ukuthi nanjengoba wena ke la noRamohala kolunye uhlangothi niphenya nabo ke bayaphenya kolunye uhlangothi baphenya ngalo idokote leli ku-63610 of 2014 yena ke uMakhubo kanye naye ke uButhelezi lokho ke angikwazi ukuthi kwalalo babenzo labo uphenyo ngale nkathi thina senza ke uphenyo ngoba ke uma nkathi ke ngiqokwa ke ukuthi beyimina umholi lana ke ngokwasemaphoyiseni ke kunalokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ubusinya ke noma ke ama-rank futhi ke indlela ke safundiswa ngayo leyo ukuthi kwakuyimina owaqokwa nanjengo oyinhloko kwithimba eliphenyayo futhi ke nama-rank nawo ke ecacile. Uma ke manje sesikhuluma ke ngalo leli ke idokodo eliwu-3751 of 2019 uma lona ke livulwa ngayo u-2019 lapho ke icala ke lapho kwakuphazamisana nokusebenza komthetho lana ke ku-63610 of 2014 kuphenywa icala lokubulala. Angazi ke manje ukuthi ke ukuphenya lokho okuhambisanayo kanjani uma amacala ehlukene.
Lastly, my Lord, on that aspect, as I've said again, that on the 29th of January 2019, when we met at the DPP's office, Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi and Warrant of Samakubo, the docket that I saw, not perusing it but seeing the file that they said, and obviously I picked it up during the discussion between Brigadier Perumal, the DPP and them. As I said, it was not a conducive meeting, but I do recall that the docket that they brought forward or said we are done with the investigation, it was in relation to 375 of 1/2019. I did not see them or hear them or observe them saying here's 375 and here's the district docket. They were simply referring to 375, and that is why I'm saying I'm not aware of any parallel investigation. Hence, on our side, meaning Brigadier Perumal and obviously I was in his company, insofar as this matter, we're far from over, my Lord, at that time.
Okunye futhi engakusho ukuthi ngaye uJanuary ka-2019 kathi ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi kanye naye ke uwarrant officer Makhubo kuleyo mhlangano lowo ebengikhulumile ke ngayo kanye naye ke uBrigadier Perman khulumisana kwabo ke kanye ke nabeshushisi iDPP kanye futhi nabo ke ngayo ukuthi idokote ngalithatha ke ngalibuka kodwa ke idokote ngalibona ke beze nalo ke bekhuluma ngalo kwakuyona u375 abashongo ke ukuthi siphethe u375 ngala siphethe yena ke u636 yila abasho khona ke ukuthi mayelana naleli ke idokote u375 thina ke sesiqedile ukuphenya ngaleso sikhathi ke kolothu uhlangothi ke ngikhuluma ke kanye ke noBrigadier Perman sasisekude ke ngokuthi ke singasho ukuthi sesiqedile ukuphenya u63610 2014.
You further stated that Makubo and Buthelezi are the current investigators of 37501 of 2019.
Yes, my Lord, as far as I know, correct.
Yebo ngokwazi kwami ke uwarrant officer Makhubo kanye naye ke uLieutenant Colonel Buthelezi bona-ke abaphenya u-3751 ka-2019.
And further that the A1, the complainant in 37501 2019, according to the information you have, is Warrant Officer Makubo.
Yes, I said, my lord, specifically according to the system, in other words, the case system of the police, it indicates that it's warrant officer Makubo, my lord.
So
Yeah.
it's A1, ne?
Yeah, he's a complainant in short.
Futhi-ke kulelo idokodoka u-3751 2019 umuntu okuyena-ke wafaka icala noma-ke owamangala-ke noma kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-case system emaphoyiseni noma-ke u-A1 uyena u-warrant officer Makubo.
And now, having had access to 37501 2019, and by access, I'm not saying perusal. I mean the time when you had it, when an order was made that disclosure of that docket should be made available to the defense team in this matter. If you can answer it, you can. If you can't, you can't. Do you know who the suspects are in 37501 of 2019?
My lord, my recollection, and I say this under correction, my recollection, because I want to assist as far as I can, I do know that it will be the people who were inside the house, according to what they allege, and I think Mrs. I don't know whether it's a Miss or Mrs. Piri. That's basically what I recall, my lord.
Uma uwazi-ke ungasho, uma ungazi usho-ke, kodwa ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi obani abasolwa kulena-ke lolo idokodoke u-3751 2019? Ngizama-ke ukuthi ngilekelele la engikwazi khona-ke ukuthi-ke kwakuwabantu abasendlini-ke futhi-ke kuyashiwo-ke uMiss noma-ke uMrs. Piri.
Now, at that meeting of the 29th of January 2019, with Brigadier Perumal, the DPP, and yourselves as the investigative team of 636 of 10/2014, what reasons did Makubo and Buthelezi give for refusing to share that docket with a person appointed by the National Commissioner to come and coordinate 636 of 10 of 2014?
Yeah, my lord, I do not have a clear favoritism in terms of the response, but all I can say is that there was resistance. It should be noted, my lord, like I said, before this meeting of the 29th of January, there was already an engagement telephonically between the Brigadier Perumal and the members, and I was told that there was resistance. So meeting there with the DPP and them, things were not really, it was a tense situation. Like I said, the Brigadier took exception in terms of protocol and discipline, but there were a lot of issues, my lord, which I don't think are relevant for this matter, except to say there was a tension, my lord, and I don't recall the reasons given, my lord.
Manje-ke kulo mhlangano wokhona-ke wange-29 zika-January 2019, uBrigadier Perumal, ihhovisi labashushisi, i-DPP, kanye-ke nethimba lelo elaliphenya-ke, ingabe sikhona yini isizathu noma sasithini isizathu esanikezelwa yibona-ke oMakubo kanye naye-ke uButhelezi ukuthi-ke bengafuni-ke ukuthi banikezeleke ngalo idokodo leliya u-3751 of 2019 kumuntu-ke oqokiwe ukuthi kube uyena-ke manje olekelelayo noma-ke oholayo ukuthi-ke kubhekwe amadokodo lana amabili. Angisakhumbuluke manje ukuthi ngikhumbuleke amazwi ukuthi imaphi-ke amazwi akhishwa ukuthi kwakungani, kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngaphambi kwaloyo mhlangano loyo kwakhona-ke ukukhulumisana noma ukuxhumana-ke ngocingo la asho khona-ke manje-ke uPerumal ukuthi-ke abazange bavumeke, mase ukuthi manje ngaleli langa lange-29 January 2019 yila-ke futhi-ke manje uBrigadier futhi-ke senenkinga-ke khona-ke ukuthi-ke manje abantu sebengalandeli-ke ama-protocol-ke noma-ke indlela-ke yokusebenza futhi-ke la bengavumi khona-ke ukuthi nje cha idokodo benganikezi ngalo ukuthi kwangani isizathu angisakhumbuli.
And that infighting, those differences between yourself, Ramohala, Buthelezi, Makubo, what effect, if any, did it have on the adequacy of investigation and the integrity of investigation of 636-10 of 2014?
Well, my lord, I wouldn't say it had any negative effect. one will recall, my lord, that as I said, at the beginning, it was a fact-finding type of a mission. It wasn't, the misunderstanding or the difference of opinion was not insofar as whether there is evidence to link, for example, accused 1 or accused 2 or any of these accused. It was really to dissect and see whether the docket, in terms of what is contained in the docket, not what someone is wishing, my lord, or what allegations are saying, whether the docket, in terms of the evidence contained in the docket, suggests indeed that there were no intruders or there were intruders. So the difference of opinion was insofar as that part, and that is where we walked our separate ways, my lord. So insofar as the investigations that led to the site of these accused and eventually their arrest and the processes that followed, my lord, there was no issues or integrity or even a desire to say we simply followed, and I'm talking about me now, my lord, because I was now leading the team, without the 2 members. We simply followed the evidence and were guided by what was available at the time. We collected whatever I needed to collect, my lord, within the prescript of the law. So there was nothing that was done out of those boundaries.
Just a moment. Just a moment, ma'am. Manje ke lokuthi ke kwakunokuhlukana ke noma ke ngobuzana ukushayisana okwakukhona ke engaba umuphi umthelela lokho okwaba nako ke kulona uphenyo lecala leli. Angeke ngisho ke umaphendula kufakazi, ngeke ngisho ukuthi kwaba nomthelela ke owawu ngemuhle ke ngoba ke ukwehluka ke noma ke ukushayisana ke kwendlela ke sasibona ngayo ngaleso sikhathi kwakungahlangeneke nokuthi mhlambe kuthiwa hayi cha ukhulunywa lana ngomsolo woqala noma ke ubandakanye kanjani, kodwa ke kwakukushayisana nje kokuthi ke ingaba babekhona yini abantu abangena endlini ngalelo langa lela noma cha. Yilokho ke kwakufuna ukuthi ke kubonwe ke uma kuhlanganiswa lamadokodo lana amabili. Kodwa ke uma manje soqhubeka ke uphenyo ke noma mina ke engakwenza ke ngoba ke kwakuseyimina ke manje ohola ithimba ke ukuthi ke ngangilandela ubufakazi obabukhona noma ke ubufakazi enganginabo ngaleso sikhathi nokuthi ke ngiholwa ke yiloko okwakukhona kulona idokodo ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Now, just reverting to docket 375 of 01-2019, I know that it's got nothing to do with you, but the question is this. Are you aware that the DPP has yet to take or make a decision on whether or not to prosecute that docket?
As a court, please, my lord, I don't think that is correct. There is a letter to that effect. The DPP has made a decision, and his decision is to hold over a final decision pending the outcome of this matter.
Yes. As the court pleases, my lord, I do take the response by my learned colleague. If I may, for contextual purposes, my lord, refer the witness to Exhibit Q, which is a directive or correspondence from the DPP dated the 26th of October 2022, and this correspondence was addressed to the erstwhile advocate of all the accused persons before court, Advocate M.D. Tefo, and this is an exhibit of this court, my lord, and I'm not sure whether the contents thereof have been placed on record, but in line with Mafaledi's case, my lord, I'll do so here. And it reads, the addressee, like I say, it's Advocate Tefo, and CC is Mr. Toban, who was the instructing attorney in this matter. And it says, dear sir, Ray Foslora's case 375 of 01-2019, S versus Sibia and 4 others, CC 67 of 2020. Paragraph 1 thereof, it reads, the National Director of Public Prosecutions has issued an amended directive on the 22nd of October 2020, August 2022, in terms of Section 22, subsection 3 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998, read with Section 111 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, and also transferring jurisdiction in respect of Phosphorus CAS 375 of 01-2019 from the area of jurisdiction of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Johannesburg, to the area of jurisdiction of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng Division, Pretoria. The amended directive will be handed up in court. Paragraph 2 thereof. This office is therefore mandated to make a decision in respect of Phosphorus CAS 375 of 01-2019. Paragraph 3 thereof. In the light of the fact that the decision in Phosphorus CAS 375 of 01-2019 depends on the credibility findings by the trial court in the current trial involving Phosphorus CAS 63610 of 2014, I have therefore decided that the decision in Phosphorus CAS 375 of 01-2019 will be made at the conclusion of the current trial. It is thus signed by the DPP of Pretoria, Gauteng Division, Mr. S. Mzinyati.
Kunale ncwadi ke efunda uyena ke baba Msipile eyayibhalelwe ke loyo wayommeli wenyuka ngaleso sikhathi ke yena Advocate MD Tefo yange 26 ka August 2022. Le ncwadi ke ifundeka ngalendlela ke ophethe ke ihhovisi labashushisi usho lokho noma ke usho lokho kulandelayo ukuthi ngale date 22 August 2022 esho ke umthetho u22 womthetho olawula ke labo ke ekuyibona abashushisayo ukuthi ke mayelana nedokodo ke uPhosphorus 3751-2019 lokho ke usho ke ihhovisi labashushisi ngaphansi kwase Johannesburg ukuthi ke le hhovisi leli selithathe isinqumo ke umayelana ke nedokodo u3751-2019 ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke u3751-2019 uncikeke ukuthi ke inkantolo kuleli ke iqala liu-63610-2014 izonquma kanjani manje ke isinqumo ke ngo-3751 ka-2019 sizokwenziwa ke uma ngabe sekuqulwe laqedwa iqala leli eliu-636 eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
Yes, my lord, I'm aware of this letter.
Yebo incwadi lena ngiyayazi.
My lord, just to correct myself, Advocate Tefo at the time represented only accused 1 to 4, not all of them, my lord.
Ukulungisa ke lokho engikushilo ngaphambili ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso ke uAdvocate Tefo wayemeleke umsolo woqala kuyofica ke kowesine hayi ukuthi wayebamele bonke.
As a court, please, my lord, just a correction. Exhibit Q, it's a letter addressed to Advocate Mshololo. It's exactly the same letter, but it is a letter addressed to Advocate Mshololo. This one addressed to Mr. Tefo was not handed up as an exhibit.
Sorry, my lord, because the one that I have, and it may have been an error on my part, it's the one that's addressed to Advocate Tefo. I did not have the one that was addressed to Advocate Mshololo, but the essence is that the contents are the same, my lord.
Yeah.
They mirror each other, my lord, to the T. Now, the point that I was emphasizing was that this decision in respect of 375, for the people that you say are the people that were in the house essentially, including Maggie Piri, will be made based on the credibility findings made by this court in this matter regarding 375.
Correct, my lord, but it is insofar as the charge of defeating the end of justice, not the murder of Senzo, because the docket is very clear. It's a defeating charge, my lord.
Yes.
Kodwa ke okusho ile ncwadi ke ukuthi isinqumo mayelana naleli dokodo u375 isizothathwa kamuva ke uma lenkantolo ke isithatha isinqumo ngaleli icala u636 yebo kodwa ngiyafuna ke ukugcizelela ngisho ukuthi lelo idokodo kodwa ke alihlangeneke nokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa kodwa ke uphazamisa noma kuma ke endleleni yokusebenza komthetho.
If I may get an opportunity to get my bearings on my notes. Now, before I go to the reasons, because during your evidence in chief, you mentioned several reasons why you say that you and Ramohala believe that there were intruders in the house on the 26th of October 2014 that perpetrated the offense that occurred there, correct?
Well, partly correct, my lord, in that the reasons I given, those were my reasons.
Yes.
I analyzed, like I've said, everyone was given an opportunity to read the document independently. So Ramohala's views come in a sense that he was also of the view that there were people who came into the house, but I did not put it in the context that, my lord, this is what he found, the way I found it. I was simply putting my reasons to say, what is it that convinced me that they were intruders?
Uma bengisho-ke ngikhuluma-ke ngokuthi-ke mina-ke noRamohala thina-ke sasikholelwa kwabo ukuthi ngempela babe khona abantu abangena-ke ukuthi-ke umuntu ngamunye-ke wanikezwa-ke idokodo ukuthi-ke ayifundele yena-ke mina-ke ngasho-ke ukuthi ngokufunda kwami-ke ngenxa yale izathu-ke ngiyingla engathola khona ngempela bakhona abantu abangena-ke naye-ke uRamohala ngokufunda kwakhe-ke wase esho lokho naye.
Now, you testified that before coming to this belief that there were intruders, your initial belief as well was that there were no intruders. Am I quoting you correctly?
Yes, you're quoting me correct, but I also qualified it, my lord. I think when I was asked by Advocate Baloyi as to where was it coming from, and I said, basically from what I was briefed, it was not based on facts, it was not factual. When I read the docket, that's when I was able to make a decision based on the facts that were contained on the docket, my lord.
Ubushilo-ke nawe ngaphambilini ukuthi nawe-ke ubukholelwa-ke ekuthini-ke cha babengekho abantu abangena-ke lapha. Yebo-ke ungizwe kahle-ke ngishilo-ke lokho, kodwa-ke ngachaza-ke ukuthi kwakungani-ke kwakungemayelana nalokho engakutshelwa-ke, kodwa manje uma sengihlala phansi sengifunda-ke manje sengithola-ke amaqiniso-ke phecelezi-ke ama-facts. Ila manje khona-ke engashintsha khona-ke manje-ke umqondo-ke ngase ngibona-ke ngendlela eyahlukile.
And to that extent, I'm not talking about this belief from your part initially that there were no intruders. You made a statement to that effect, is that correct?
I don't think I made a statement, my lord. Right. I think if Mr. Ramsipla said I made one, he can tell me. I don't recall. It was just a thought, like I said, when then, I don't have a recollection of that statement, my lord.
Ngikhumbule ukuthi-ke noma ngicabange futhi ukuthi sikhona-ke istatement engasenza-ke nalokho-ke ukuthi ngangicabanga ukuthi-ke cha babengekho kwakuwumcabango nje kuphela ukuthi cha abekho abantu abangena, kodwa uma ukuthi-ke othi sikhona-ke ngicela ngikhumbuze.
To be fair to you, the statement is not explicit to state that there were no intruders, but you deposed to a statement on the 19th of November 2020 at the NATCOM National Commissioner's Pretoria office. The statement was commissioned by Dowelani Dion Molauzi, who's a detective sergeant, and it was deposed to, it was commissioned on the 23rd of November 2020 at 15:30 in the afternoon.
My lord, if it was made in November 2020, I doubt very much if I would have said or created an insinuation that there were no intruders, because if one looks at that date, the matter was already enrolled. In other words, this matter was enrolled on the 26th of October 2020. My recollection, and I think Mr. Ramsipile can refer me to the index number, I'll get to that statement, but I have an idea what he's talking about. The statement I made in November, my lord, relates to further investigation and the evidence I collected insofar as my request my request in pursuance, or rather my application to have Kelly Kumalo charged. I think that is a statement, it pertains to that, because I talked to the evidence that I've collected, what is it that I think implicates her in addition to the confessions, and I think I'll talk to the issues of the numbers that were not disclosed. So that statement that I made in November, it is insofar as the application to the DPP to say Ms. Kelly Khumalo should be charged, as he acted as a trigger point. That's my recollection. I don't think I would have said there were no intruders, my lord.
Uma ke manje ukhuluma ngestatement eke sange in 19 November 2020 uyasho ke Mr. Ramsipil ukuthi sase commissioner ke nge 23 November 2020 angicabangi ke manje lapho uma uthi ke 2020 la khona ke manje kwaku ngisengicela noma ngisho khona ke ukuthi cha ngangingakholelwa ukuthi bakhona abantu abangena lapho endlini ke ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ke manje icala ke laliseli noma ke babesebethesiwe ke amacala abasola laliseli senkantolo ke uma ukhuluma ngaleso statement ngizoyibheka ke inamba yakho ngizoyithola cabanga ukuthi ke yila engangisenza khona ke isicelo ukuthi ke akathweswe amacala naye ke uKelly Khumalo isicelo leso engizangisenza ke kuyona ke iDPP ihhovisi lalabo abashushisayo ukuthi ke ngenxa ke yokufakaza obukhona ke amanamba lapho ke ngangenza khona leso sicelo sokuthi ke naye akathweswe amacala uMiss Kelly Khumalo.
Yes, my lord. So in November, my lord, if I can just assist the court, in November, there's a statement I made on the 20th of November 2020, and in no way would I say there were no intruders. And then the next one, like I said, unless Mr. Ramsipile can specifically refer me to it, the next one in November.
The one that I referred to, and let me give you the date and then just give a bit of a background of my understanding, but I want us to go to this statement.
Yes, what is the index number, Mr. Ramsipile?
I don't know what the index number is. On top it says 8225.
Yes, that's the one I have in front of me, with five pages.
It's got, now the one that I have is got 4 pages.
No, 8225, it's 5 pages. So you have 1 or 5, it goes.
Mine has got 4 pages and the paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the paragraphs are sequential until the end, so it cannot be that one.
Is it with 5 paragraphs?
Yeah, it's a big paragraphs, 5 paragraphs.
Yes, that's the one that I have, and that's the evidence. But let me hear you, Mr. Ramsipil. Yes, okay. But I have it in front of me.
Just hear me out, and
yes.
And you are indeed correct. Let me give you that. Regarding the context within which this statement was made, that it was in relation to an application for a Section 43 application, CPA, J50 warrant of arrest in respect of Ms. Kelly Khumalo. But
yes,
I want to go through this with you and put certain questions to you.
Yes.
And this one, because it's typed out, I can read myself. My
yes.
Lord, I've already put the commissioning part on record that it was commissioned by Detective Sergeant Mulaudzi, but mine is dated differently, my Lord. It's dated the 19th of November 2020 at 1500, and the commissioning happens on the 23rd of November 2020 at 1530. And with leave of the court, my Lord, may I read this statement on record. Paragraph 1 thereof, it states, I am employed as a police officer in terms of Section 30 of the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995. I perform my duties under the same act. I am currently stationed at the National Commissioner's Office as the commander of the cold case unit of the National Commissioner with rank of Colonel and service number with telephone number. I'm the leading investigating officer of Foslo Raskas 636 of 10/2014, which is a murder case where one Senzo Meyiwa was shot and killed on the 26th of October 2014 between 20:30 and 2100. The deceased was shot at the house belonging to the then his girlfriend, namely Kelly Khumalo. It initially appeared that it was a robbery gone wrong. Witness statements under oath indicated that the 2 black males entered the house demanding cell phones and money, purporting to be a house robbery. 7 adults and 1 child were present in the house when the accused entered. The witness stated that one of the accused was carrying a firearm purporting to be a revolver. This accused was described as a black male with big eyes, dreadlocks, wearing a khaki or brown jacket or top and a hat. He was shorter in height than the second suspect. The second suspect was described as tall, slender, neatly shaven, and dark in complexion. It is stated under oath that during the robbery in the said house, a struggle ensued between Senzo Meyiwa, the deceased, and the suspect carrying the firearm. 2 shots were fired by the suspect. One of the gun shots hit the deceased Senzo Meyiwa on close range in his chest and exited at the back of his body. The second accused focused on the rest of the witnesses, and in the process, one cellular phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo was robbed by the suspects during the committal of the offense. It is also stated under oath that suspicious suspects wearing specific clothing, amongst others a hoodie, were standing hidden but only a few meters from the crime scene prior to the incident, appearing to be typing on their cell phones. It is stated that the suspect fled on foot and a hat which was worn by the shooter was left on the crime scene. It is equally stated that the suspects hidden away, which is explained to be linked to the offense, was seen running away from the crime scene. Identity kits were compiled through witnesses of these suspects. The victim was rushed to the hospital by the witnesses who were in the house. However, he was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. The incident took place between 2030 and 2100. The deceased was declared dead on arrival at the hospital at 2115. Paragraph 3. Investigations revealed that the cell phone which was robbed was picked up through cell phone towers until signal was lost, covering the area of Foslora's hostel. The said phone was never recovered to date or ever switched on again. The evidence explained herein under would indicate that the planning of the offense and gathering after the incident took place at Foslora's hostel. Investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or hit rather than a robbery or a robbery gone wrong. Evidence under oath revealed that 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa at the directive of Kelly Khumalo. This suspect, in brackets, Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo, is first linked by means of confessions that were made by both accused number 1 and 2, as they both implicate her as the person that gave the instructions to kill Senzo Meyiwa. Investigations further revealed that she had 4 other cell numbers that she did not disclose to the police when these incidents took place. The numbers are as follows: 079, bullet point number 1, 079 494 8773. Bullet point number 2, 073 451 5017. Bullet point number 3, 073 388 6730. And the last bullet point, 061 456 2104. Investigations further revealed that she is linked to the actual perpetrators of this murder by means of cell phone linkages. These linkages connect her to accused 3 and 5. It was further discovered that through cell phone analysis that her cell phone memory has the same photo of a see-through bag containing cash notes, and in the exact position, location, and spot as the one of accused 3. Longwetwala has the same bag of money. There is no reasonable explanation as to why Kelly Khumalo will be in contact telephonically with hitmen of her boyfriend. There is also communication records between her and her sister shows that as early as 2013, she wanted to get rid of the deceased, as she puts it clearly on the WhatsApp messages. It is abundantly clear that she hated him and wanted to get rid of him. She further states that she regrets not succeeding to get rid of him before. Taking into account all of these facts, an inference can be drawn that she meant killing him. Paragraph 4. Evidence by means of sworn, corroborating, and independent witness statements establish a causal link between the offenders and the offenses of murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, possession of unlicensed firearms, and the unlawful possession of ammunition, and conspiracy to commit murder. Ms. Kelly Khumalo seems to be the trigger point of this offense. I hereby apply for the warrant of arrest for Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and murder. Paragraph 5 is the taking of the oath. It is thus signed by yourself and commissioned by the commissioner who I have mentioned before, Detective Sergeant Mulawuti.
Yes, my lord.
It's highlighted.
Ive statement ke Mr. Msipila qeda usifunda esayenzo sabhala uyena ke ubrigadier sango 2020 ngisebenza mina ke ohola ithimba labaphenyi kwiqala uForceras 636102014 okuyiqala ke lokubulala la khona ke uSenzo Meyiwa wadutshulwa wabulawa khona ke ngazo i-26 October 2014 isikhathi phakathi kuka 8:30 kanye ke no9 ebusuku noma ke ntambama. Umufike wadutshulela ke enemuzini kwakukibo ke kwalowo owayethandana naye ke ngaleso sikhathi uKelly Khumalo. Eqaleni ke kwakubukeka ngokungathi ke kwakuyobanjwa ke inkunzi, kodwa ke lokho akwahamba kahle. Kodwa ke istatement ezofakazi ke befungile ziyasho ke ukuthi ke kwangena ke abelisa abamnyama ababili befuna ke omakhalekhukhwini kanye futhi ke nemali, benza ke ngokungathi ke laba bezobamba khona ke inkunzi. Abantu ke abadala noma sabekhululeke abawu7 kanye nengane eyodwa babe khona ke endlini lapho. Uma abasolwa ke bengena, ofakazi bayasho ke ukuthi ke oyedwa ke ubona ke abasolwa labo ke wayephethe isibhamu ekwakubukeka ngathi ke kwakuyi-revolver. Loyo ke umsolwa ke bamchaza ke nanje ngomuntu ke noma ke indoda ke umuntu omnyama eyayinamehlo amakhulu nama dreadlocks, wayefake futhi ke noma ke egqoke ujacket okhakhi kanye futhi ke noma ke itop kanye futhi ke nesigqoko. Wayemfishane ke yena ke uma umqhathanisa nalo wesibili umsolwa. Owesibili umsolwa ke yena kuma bemchaza bathi ke wayemude ke futhi ke ezacile futhi ke egunde nje kahle futhi ke bemchaza ukuthi ke wayedakhi ke ngebala. Bayasho ke futhi befungile ukuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke kubanjwa ke inkunzi kuloyo muzi lowo, kunala ekwalwisana khona ke phakathi kwakhe uSenzo umufi kanye futhi ke nomsolwa loyo owayephethe isibhamu. Isibhamu lapho ke saqhuma saqhunyiswa ke amahlandla amabili uyena umsolwa ihlandla elilodwa ke lapho lashaya yena ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa umshayela ke eduze esifubeni lase yophuma ke inhlamvu emuva noma ke emhlane kuyena. Owesibili ke umsolwa yena ke wayebhekene nabanye abantu laba ababephakathi ke endlini noma ofakazi ke kulokho ke kwathathwa ke umakhalekhukhwini oyedwa okwakuwo wakhe uMiss Kelly Khumalo uthathwa uyena ke umsolwa kathi ke kwenzeka ke lokho bayasho ke futhi befungile uthi abanye ke abasolwa ke ekwabe noma ke babanye abantu ababesoleka ke bona ke ababefake babegqoke okuthize phakathi kwabo ihudi bona ke babeyimele futhi ke ubona ukuthi bacashileke kuma mitha nje ambalwa ke kusukela nala isigameko sasenzeka khona njengaphambi kokuthi noma ngaphambi kokuthi isigameko leso ke senzeke bebukeka ngathi abantu ababebhala komakhalekhukhwini babo. Kuyashiwo futhi ukuthi ke uma abasolwa ke noma emuva kwesigameko leso babaleka ke ngazo inyawo kanye futhi ke isigqoko somunye ke umsolwa ke noma ke esasigqokwe umsolwa lowo okuyena ke owadubula sasala ke ngaphakathi endlini lapho. Bayasho futhi ukuthi ke abasolwa ukuthi ke abasolwa labo ke ababeyifihleleke futhi abahlanganiswayo ke naso isigameko leso babona ke nabo bebaleka ke besuka kwindawo leyo yesigameko. Kunala khona ke ekwase kuhlanganiswa noma ke kudwetshwa khona ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke ama identity kit ibona ke ofakazi bedweba bona ke abasolwa wathathwa ke umufi ke wahanjiswa ke esibhedlele ibona ofakazi ababephakathi ke endlini. Kodwa ke uma kufika ke esibhedlele noma ke emtholampilo ila ekwashiwa khona ke ukuthi cha akasekho noma ke akasekho emhlabeni. Isigameko lokho sesenzeka phakathi ke kuka 8:30 kanye ke no9 ebusuku. Umufi ke kwashiwa ke ukuthi ke noma batshelwa ke ukuthi useshonile ngaye u21:15 noma ke u9 ebusuku. Uphenyo ke lona ke lwaveza ke noma ke lwatshengisa ke ukuthi umakhalekhukhwini lo owathathwa ke khona lapho noma ke owabanjwa inkunzi khona lapho uma kusetshenziswa ke amathawa ila owatholwa khona isignal ukuthi ke wawukwindawo yase Phosphorus ehostel khona ke lo makhalekhukhwini lo awukazeke utholakale kuze kube manje noma uphinde futhi ke usebenzeke. Ubufakazi buyasho futhi ke ukuthi ke ukuhlelwa ke kwaso isigameko lesi kwenzeka noma ke uma sekuyohlanganwa ke emuva kwesigameko lokho kwenzeka ehostel yase Phosphorus. Uphenyo olwaholela ke ekuthini kube nobufakazi ke obufungele buyaveza ke ukuthi uma ngabe ebulawa ke umufi ke ukuthi ke into ke leyo eyayihleliwe ke kodwa kwangasikona ukuthi kuyobanjwa inkunzi noma ke kwahamba akuzange kuhambe ngendlela kodwa kwakuyobanjwa inkunzi kodwa kwakuyinto ehleliwe. Ubufakazi futhi ke obufungelwe ke buyaveza ke ukuthi abasolwa abayisithupha ibona ke babe yingxenye ekuhleleni kanye futhi nokuthi ke kwenziwe ukuthi noma kwenzeke ke lokho ukuthi ke abulawe ke yena uSenzo Meyiwa lokho kuphuma kuyena uKelly Khumalo. Lo msolwa lona ke unonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo okoqala ke uhlanganiswa ngey'tatimende ke zogonyuluka ezenziwa ke abasolwa ababini owokuqala kanye nowesibili. Nanjengoba bobabili ke beshoke ukuthi uyena ke umuntu owakhipha ke izwi lokuthi ke uSenzo Meyiwa akabulawe. Uphenyo futhi ke olufungelwe uphenyo futhi ke liyaveza ke ukuthi wayenomakhalekhukhwini abawu4 noma amanamba amane angazange awasho noma ke awatshele amaphoyisa ngazo lezo inamba lezo nkathi isigameko lesi senzeka. Lawo manamba ke yila 0794948773 0734515017 0733886730 0614562104. Luyaqhubeka ke uphenyo luveze ukuthi ke uhlanganiswa ke nokubulawa kwakhe ke umufi ke ngokuxhumana ke ngomakhalekhukhwini kanye futhi ke lokho kumhlanganisa naye ke umsolo wesithathu kanye nowesihlanu. Okunye futhi okwatholakala ke ngokucwaninga kwabo omakhalekhukhwini ukuthi ke i-cellphone yakhe noma ke kwi-album ke i-memory album yakhe ke unesithombe ke la isithombe leso esino nesikhwama ke ukwazi ukubona ngaphakathi kusona ke esasinemali ngaphakathi ngendlela nje efanayo noma ke iposition efanayo kanye futhi nendawo njengaleso esatholakala noma ke kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe umsolwa wesithathu uLongwethwala naye ke enaleso sikhwama leso semali. Asikho ke isizathu noma ke ukuchazeka ke okuzwakalayo ukuthi kungani uKelly Khumalo engathi ke axhumaneke nabantu ekuyibona abantu abadubulake noma ababulalake loyo awayethandana naye. Kukhona futhi ke nokuxhumana ke noma ke ama records phakathi kwakhe kanye nodadewabo okutshengisa ukuthi kusukela ngo-2013 wayefuna ke ukuthi ke amgudluzeke umufi, nanjengoba esho ke kuyena ke kuma messages ka WhatsApp kucace ba ukuthi ke wayemzonda futhi ke efuna ukuthi ke amgudluze. Uyasho futhi ke ukuthi ke uyayisola ngokuthi ke engazange aphumeleleke ngokuthi amgudluze ngaphambili. Uma ke uthatha lokhu ke kanye futhi nawo onke amaqiniso ke akukho okunye ke ongacabangela ke ngaphandle kokuthi ke uKelly Khumalo kwakuyinhloso yakhe ke ukuthi ambulale. Ubufakazi obufungelwe obuxhumanisayo ke futhi kanye futhi ke nofakazi abayimele buyasho ke ukuthi kwakukhona ke ukuhlangana okwakukhona phakathi kwalabo abakwenza ke lokhu kanye ukubulala noma ke inhloso kwakukubulala ukubamba inkunzi, tholakala futhi nezibhamu kanye futhi ke ngokungekho emthethweni kanye futhi nazo ke inhlamvu ukuthi ke kubulawe uMiss Kelly Khumalo ke uyabonakala ke ukuthi kwaba uyena ke umuntu oqala ke noma ke owayephambili ke ukona konke lokho. Ingakho ke ngenza lesi sicelo ke sencwadi, isicelo sencwadi yokuthi ke aboshwe ke uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo kuyinsolo zokuthi zokubulala.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Now, Brigadier, I want us to go back to the statement and I want to put certain questions to you. Before I do you still maintain the truthfulness of this statement?
Yes, I do, my lord.
Ukuthi ke lokho bhalwe kule statement kuyiqiniso ke ngisamile kona lokho.
Now, at paragraph 2, where it says, it initially appeared to be that it was a robbery gone wrong. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, my lord. If one looks at the statement, and I think I dealt with this part, that when I was doing the analysis stage, but this analysis was based on what is contained on the docket. Statements of the people who were in the house are clearly indicating that the perpetrators, the alleged perpetrators who came in, demanded cell phones and money. There was no indication, if you look in those statements, that there was an intention, there was a contractual arrangement to eliminate the deceased, my lord. It was an issue of a robbery that would have went wrong, and subsequently the deceased was shot. That assertion in paragraph 2, I base it on the facts that are contained in the statements disposed by the people who were inside the house, my lord.
Lana engibhale khona ke noma ke ekubhalwe khona ke ku paragraph 2 ukuthi ke ekuqaleni ke kwakubukeka ke engathi ke kwakuzobanjwa inkunzi ke kodwa ke lokho ke akwahamba ke ngendlela. Uma ubheka ke noma ubuka ke istatement zabo ufakazi ezikhona ke kudokodo bayasho ke ukuthi abantu ke ababili labo abangena endlini bafuna ke omakhalekhukhwini bafuna ke nemali. Akukho la khona ke kasho khona ukuthi ke cha kwakuzobulawa lo muntu kodwa ke lokho akwahamba kahle ke. Uma ubuka nje lokho kodwa nje ukuthi ke kwafuna imali kwafuna omakhalekhukhwini kwase kudubuleka yena ke umufi. Lokho kukutshela ke noma kutshengisa ke ukuthi ke kwakuzobanjwa inkunzi kodwa ke akwahamba ngendlela.
And where it says 7 adults and 1 child were present in the house when the accused entered. In hindsight, now that we know, how many kids were in the house?
My lord, at the time I thought there was 1, but I do know that it was brought to my attention that there were 2 children. So the adults includes the deceased, but the children which I did not confirm, but it was brought to my attention that there may have been another child belonging either to Ms. Kelly Kumalo. I'm not so sure, but there was make mention of a second child, my lord. But personally, I have not independently confirmed that, my lord.
Yebo ke lapho yina khona ke ngabantu ke abadala ke abayisikhombisa kanye nengane eyodwa ke kodwa ke kamuva ke ngasengitshelwa ke ukuthi ke wangenzeka ke ukuthi wayekhona ke noma yayikhona eyesibili ke ingane kodwa mina ke angaze nje ngazenzela leso siqinisekiso kodwa ke ngatshelwa ukuthi kwangenzeka ukuthi yayikhona ke eyesibili ingane.
And then I read the sentence beneath that, which says, the witnesses stated that one of the accused was carrying a firearm purporting to be a revolver. Which witnesses mentioned that one of the suspects possessed a revolver?
My lord, I may not recall the names, but they do indicate the witnesses, and I'll have to go through now the A1s if I must, so that I can specify. But the witnesses who were inside the house, they do indicate that the people were carrying some type of a revolver, a firearm with a wheel. And subsequently, there were statements taken by that investigating team to try and correct it, where people were also coming and saying they have no experience of identifying whether it's a revolver or not. So this is contained in the statement. So if I need to specify which witness, I'll have to go through their statements, my lord. But it is contained in the statements of the people that were inside the house.
Ngiyaqhubeka ukufunda ukuthi ke ofakazi ke basho ke ukuthi omunye wabasolwa ke wayephethe isibhamu okwakuke ngathi ke i-revolver. Imuphi ke ufakazi owakusho lokho noma yibaphi ofakazi abakusho? Kuzofaneleka ukuthi manje ngibhekeke lama statements abizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke ama A1. Kodwa ke uma ngabe babechaza ke babesho ukuthi omunye wabo wayephethe ke isibhamu ke esasi nesondo, kwafanele ukuthi ke futhi ke la kuphinde kuyolungiswa ke lokho la bashoyo khona ukuthi abazi ukuthi ke bona ngebhamu ukuthi bangasichazana. Kuzofanele kodwa ngibheke ukuthi yibaphi ofakazi abakusho lokho.
Yes.
For the sake of brevity, Brigadier, I am absolutely interested in the witnesses that mentioned in their statements that they saw what a firearm that is a revolver. But I'm not going to make you go through all the A1s in this court now. I'll pack it and I'll do that as a homework for myself and yourself, so that when we come on Wednesday next week, we revisit this point. I'll also go and verify of all the people that were in the house except the deceased, who says they saw a revolver, because this is a pivotal point in this case.
Indeed, my lord, but I can say it without a shadow of a doubt, my lord. Even if the name revolver, and I agree with Mr. Ramsipe, let us do that. Even if the name revolver specifically may not have been used, but I'm not saying it was not used, I do recall without a shadow of a doubt that someone says it's a firearm with a wheel. Now, a firearm with a wheel is a revolver. I was trained in firearms, I know what it means, but I agree. Perhaps let us look into those statements and come and address the court accordingly.
Lokho kona ke ngingakusho nje ngaphandle komgabaza ukuthi ukhona ke owakusho noma ke ngasakhumbula ukuthi ubani ukuthi wakhuluma ngesibhamu esinesondo ke mina nanje ngomuntu owaqeqeshwa ke ngebhamu ngiyazazi ke ibhamu ukuthi ke isibhamu esinesondo i-revolver.
And in supplementation of that homework that we are going to do, I may in the meantime refer you to Exhibit J, which is A46, which is a report by the facial image analyst, warrant officer Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp, who initially compiled the identity kits, which part of which form Exhibit BB, but I want us to go to Exhibit J.
Must we go there now?
Yes.
All right. Yes, I am on A46, my lord.
Okay. My lord, I'm not sure as well with this whether it was referred to in passing during the evidence in chief previously, or whether the contents thereof were actually placed on record. So I think, my Lord, for the sake of completeness, I will also have to read the contents of this statement on record, and the specific aspect thereof that I'm concerned with is the witnesses that Warrant Officer Steenkamp worked with to compile this identity kit and the firearm that they described to Warrant Officer Steenkamp. And on the first page, which is this one, it simply says facial image analysis.
Yes.
And page 2 thereof, it says Fosler Ras, CAS 636 of 10/2014, murder and robbery. And it says, I, Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp, do hereby state under oath that, and occupation and position in the South African Police. I am a warrant officer in the South African Police, force number, I won't mention it, stationed at the Facial Identification Unit at the LCRC in Pretoria, that is the local criminal record center in Pretoria, Protea Glen, where I am employed as a facial identification specialist with telephone number that I'm not gonna put on record. Qualifications and experience. I have 22 years service in the South African Police since 1991. I'm employed as a facial identification specialist at the South African Facial Identification Section since 1997. The functions I perform on a daily basis include the following facial compilations, facial comparisons, and facial mappings, two-dimensional facial reconstructions of decomposed bodies and facial aging. I received training in the facial identification functions at the CRC, which I presume is the Criminal Record Center Training Section in Pretoria, and received facial identification specialist status during 1998. I received scarcity skills allowance for facial identification functions. I'm a facial identification section commander at Protea Glen Facial Identification Office. I am responsible for managing the section at Protea Glen. My responsibilities involve the managing of the section, 24-hour inspection, pocketbook, logbook, and case docket inspection of the member under my command. I compiled thousands of facial compilations, sketches, and two-dimensional reconstructions of decomposed faces, and since 2012, comparisons on a daily basis. I gave lectures at training institutes to investigating officers and in-service training to new facial identification members. On the 11th of March 2014, I testified in an armed robbery case in Krugersdorp CAS 234 of 08 of 2012 and Randfontein CAS 348 of 08 2012. The accused, Olani Fihlani, was found guilty on the expert evidence in Protea Regional Court 7, CAS 43 of 1495, 2013. And she goes on to put her training and qualification, which I'll read for record so that when she is called, this is not repeated. I also received the following relevant training within the South African Police. 1997, a 3-week training course in the facial identification field, interviewing an ID kit, 2000 software, and Adobe Photoshop. 1998, ISUS, that is ISUS, course individuals structures, activities, and extended research. 2008, an FARC course, that is facial and cranial anatomy, that's got to do with the face, University of Pretoria, presented by Professor M. Stein. 2008, the facial identification workshop, in brackets, eFit, that is capital E and FIT, and Phantom and Composite Lab and Adobe Photoshop software, close bracket. 2010, the eFit software course, in brackets, presented by Dr. Chris Solomons, the Vision Metric Forensic Imaging, University of Kent in Scotland, close brackets. In 2010, the facial aging course, presented by Captain Brias, that is BRIERS, in brackets. In 2011, the basic police training at the Chatsworth Police Academy in KwaZulu-Natal. In 2012, the advanced facial image mapping and comparison course hosted by the Forensic Anthropology Research Center at the Department of Anatomy, University of Pretoria, presented by Professor Caroline Wilkinson, that is WILKENSON, University in brackets of Dundee, Scotland. And then in 2013, the refresher course in craniofacial identification and facial comparison and photography, University of Pretoria, presented in brackets by Professor Stein, M. Stein. And then the paragraph 4 thereof, it still states the case number and her names, and she states under oath as follows. On Monday, the 24th of October, on Monday, the 2014-10-29, I was called out to Vosloorus detectives accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel M.J. Streicher, that is STREICHER, Operational Commander Proteadlen, LCRC, to interview witnesses in case 676-1024 Vosloorus. I think that's a mistake there, but I read it as it is. Murder and armed robbery. I interviewed several witnesses individually. My first witness was Kelly Khumalo. Kelly told me in short that she and the deceased walked to the convenience store. Upon return, Kelly, deceased family member and friends had a smoke outside the house. Mrs. Khumalo called them inside to say goodbye. They sit down and start chatting again. Kelly was sitting near the kitchen when she saw two unknown African males entering the house. Suspect A, capital A in brackets, appeared, entering. Kelly was sitting near the kitchen when she saw two unknown African males entering the house. Suspect capital A in brackets appeared very aggressive and demanded cell phones and money. This suspect was approached by Kelly, and the deceased jumped up towards suspect A. A scuffle between suspect A and the deceased started. The next moment, Kelly heard two gunshots. She gave the following description. African male, in his 20s, dark brown, shiny complexion, dreadlocks hairstyle, no scars, no facial hair, golden insert in upper teeth, language, local Zulu. He was wearing a brown jacket with a woolen collar. He was not clean in appearance. Suspect A entered the house first. He was armed with an old black revolver. Kelly could not describe the second suspect. After compilation, she was satisfied with the ID kit. she compiled the face with the headgear. The second witness was Kelly's sister. My Lord, let me pause here. I see it's 1:04. Initially, we had resolved that we were going to ask the court to adjourn early, but since we started late today, I think we should take the normal lunch adjournment, then we'll come back after lunch.
Okay. That's so sad.
Yes, in order.
second witness.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted.
Brigadier, you're still under oath.
Yes, my lord.
Now, we were busy with Amanda Yvonne Steenkamp's report at paragraph 1, 2, at paragraph 3.
Yes.
It says, and I read, the second witness was Kelly's sister, Zandile Khumalo. She told a similar version and gave a similar profile and facial description of suspect A. The only feature she adds was the eyebrows. She saw the eyebrows when suspect A lost his headgear during the scuffling with the deceased. She could not describe the second suspect. The third suspect I interviewed was Tumelo Madlala, it's spelled with a TH, Tumelo Madlala, who was much traumatized. He saw the scuffling between suspect A and the deceased. After hearing the gunshots, he ran off to one of the rooms. He gave a similar description of suspect A. I showed him Kelly and her sister's compilation, and he was satisfied with the ID kit. He could not compile the second suspect. The fourth witness was Mr. L.S. Twale. He gave me a similar description of what happened on the scene. He saw a scuffling between suspect A and the deceased. After hearing the shots, he ran out to look for help. He could not describe the second suspect. At page 5, the fifth witness was Mr. T. Makeleni, residing at Mozamo 3942, compiled the face of suspect B. He saw 3 unknown males in the vicinity of a gas station busy on the cell phones. He saw them again at Kelly's mom's house. Suspect B stood at the gate. He gave the following description: African male, age 25 years, 1.8 meter tall, slender build, medium brown complexion, clothing a black hooded top. Witness saw a golden insert in the upper teeth. The hairstyle is dreadlocks. Facial hair is mustache and a beard. The witness saw something in his hand that could have been a firearm. Witness could not describe the rest of the faces. A sixth witness called Sipiwe, or Spe, it's spelled S-I-P-H-W-E, could not compile any faces, but he mentioned that he saw an old green/blue sedan near the danger box. 2 unknown African males were sitting in the car and the other 2 were standing outside the car. After a few minutes, the car left and only 3 unknown males stayed behind and were busy on their phones. The witness later saw them running. In front was a person with dreadlocks running with a firearm in his hand. The other suspect jumps over the wall. Lieutenant Colonel Streicher and I left Foster-Rast detective to see Mrs. Khumalo at her house. I interviewed Mrs. Khumalo at the neighbor's house. She gave a similar description of suspect A. I showed her the compilation and she said she saw a likeness in the face. She could not describe the other suspects, and it is commissioned and sworn to by Amanda Steenkamp, commissioned by A.B. Haynes at Protea Glen at 10 on the 31st of October 2014.
Lana ke Mr. Ramsipile befunda istatement sakhe ke Amanda Steenkamp osebenza ke emaphoyiseni, uyasho ukuthi uwarrant officer emaphoyiseni nokuthi ke usebenza ke ngokudweba ke noma ke echazelwa ke nobuso e-local criminal record center eProtea Glen. Lana ke uma ke esemuva kokuthi eseshilo ukuthi neminyaka emingaki esebenza emaphoyiseni nokuthi umsebenzi awenzayo ukanjani, ubhala-ke athi noma statement sakhe sithi wangomsombuluko ngeyi-29 ka-October 2014 ngacelwa-ke noma-ke ngabizwa-ke ukuthi-ke ngiye eFosforus kubaseshi noma kumahhovisi abaseshi noma-ke ama-detectives ngiphelezelwa uyena-ke uLieutenant Colonel MJ Stracher kuyi-commander-ke yase-Protea Glen LTRC ukuthi-ke ngiyoba nenhlolokhono noma-ke ama-interview nofakazi kwicala u-676 ushilo-ke uMr. Ramsipile mayifunda wathi ucabanga ukuthi-ke kunephutha laphaya u-676 kodwa uzoyifunda-ke injalo 676-10-2014 Phosphorus cala-ke lokubulala nokubamba impunzi ngaba-ke nenhlolokhono noma-ke ama-interviews nofakazi-ke ahlukahlukeneke ngokwahlukile. Ufakazi wokuqala-ke kwaba uKelly Khumalo. uKelly wangitshela nje kafushane ukuthi-ke yena-ke nomufi babehamba-ke noma-ke bahamba-ke baye esitolo. Uma ngabe bebuya-ke uKelly nomufi yena bona-ke kanye nomndeni kanye futhi-ke nabangani babebhema-ke ngaphandle endlini. uMrs. Khumalo wabe esebabizela ngaphakathi-ke ukuthi bazovalelisa, bahlala phansi base bexoxa futhi-ke uKelly wayehlezi eduze-ke nasekhishini kathi-ke ebona abalisa ababili abamnyama bengena endlini. Owokuqala-ke noma-ke ususpect A wakubukeka-ke yena-ke engathi uyena-ke futhi owafuna ama-cellphones kanye nemali. Lo msolwa-ke uyena owaza kuKelly wabese umufi-ke esejompa-ke eya kuyena-ke umsolwa u-A noma-ke ususpect A yila abalwisana khona-ke ususpect A kanye-ke naye umufi. Emuva kwalokho-ke uKelly wezwa isibhamu siqhuba kabili wamchaza-ke ngale ndlela elandelayo ukuthi-ke umuntu wesilisa iminyaka yakhe-ke angaba kuma-20 futhi-ke iskin sakhe-ke noma-ke ubuso bakhe iskin wayengathi-ke si-dark brown wayenama-dreadlocks-ke ekhanda engenazo ibaza futhi-ke engenazo ney'nwele ebusweni futhi-ke ene-gold ayenayo-ke kwizinyo langaphezulu. Khuluma isiZulu wayegqoke ijacket eyayi-brown kanye futhi-ke eyayinekhola. Ngendlela wayibukeka ngayo-ke wayengabukeki eclean. Ususpect A-ke wangena-ke qala endlini uyena owayephethe i-revolver endala emnyama ngombala. uKelly-ke akakwazanga-ke umchaza noma akazange akwazi umchaza-ke umsolwa wesibili. Emuva-ke kwalokho waneliseka-ke ileyo ID kit leyo futhi-ke wamdweba-ke enesigqoko futhi. Owesibili-ke ufakazi engakhulumisana naye kwakuwuZandile udadewabo uKelly Khumalo. uZandile Khumalo naye-ke wangitshela-ke okufanayo nalokho-ke nalokho engangisengikutsheliwe mayelana-ke nobuso bakhe umsolwa lokuqala. La ahluka khona-ke wangeza-ke yena ukuthi-ke wayenamashiya ayenawo-ke wawabona-ke futhi uma ngabe kwakuwa isigqoko ngathi-ke elwisana naye umufi naye-ke akazange akwazi-ke ukuthi amchazeke owesibili umsolwa. Owesithathu-ke umuntu engakhulumisana naye kwaba uyena uTumelo Madlala naye-ke owayengaphathekile kahle wabona kunokulisana phakathi kwakhe umsolwa u-A noma owokuqala kanye nomufi. Emuva kokuthi ezwe ukuqhuma kwesibhamu wabaleka-ke waye kwelinye lamagumbi endlini naye-ke wachaza-ke ngendlela efanayo-ke mayelana naye umsuspect u-A. Ngamtshengisa-ke lokho engakudwebile noma engakutshelwa uyena-ke uKelly kanye nodadewabo naye-ke wayenelisekile-ke ngayo leyo kit. Akazange futhi naye-ke wayengekho kwisimo noma engakwazi-ke kumchaza owesibili umsolwa. Owesine-ke engakhulumisana naye ufakazi kwaba u-LS Thwale naye-ke wangichazela-ke ngendlela efanayo noma washo ngendlela efanayo mayelana nalokho okwenzeka kwindawo yesigameko. Wabona-ke kunokulisana kwakukhona phakathi kwa-suspect A nomufi. Emuva kokuthi ezwe uqhuma kwesigwama wabe esebaleka-ke eyofuna usizo. Owesibili-ke naye-ke akazange akwazi-ke ukuthi amchaze. Owesihlanu-ke ufakazi kwakuwu-Mr. T Makeleni ohlala eNomzamo 3942 owachaza-ke ukusoka noma ukuthi waye kanjani-ke ususpect B. Uthi yena kumayesho wabona abantu abathathu angabazi ababalisa abamnyama kwindawo-ke athi-ke yi-gas station bebhizi-ke kuma-cellphone abo. Wawabona-ke waphinde wababona-ke futhi emzini kamama kaKelly. Ususpect B uyena-ke wayemi egeyithini wachaza-ke ngale ndlela elandelayo ukuthi-ke umuntu wesilisa omnyama angaba neminyaka ewu-25 1.80 amamitha ukuba mude enomzimba-ke omncane emchaza-ke ney'mpahla awayey'gqokile i-black i-top eyayimnyama inehudi futhi-ke ufakazi lo wabona-ke ukuthi wayenezinyo legolide la kumazinyo angaphezulu ama-deadlocks washo-ke nangemastachi kanye futhi-ke nentshebe futhi-ke ufakazi wabona-ke into esandleni sakhe-ke okwakubukeka noma kwangathi-ke yisibhamu akazange-ke aphinde akwazi ukumchaza-ke owesithupha-ke kwakuwusiphiwe noma usiphiwe yena-ke akukho nje akushilo kodwa nje washo ukuthi-ke wabona-ke imoto engabandala egreen noma blue eyisedan eduze-ke kwe-danger box abalisi ababili-ke wayengabazi babehlezi emotweni kanye nabanye ababili ababengaphandle emotweni emuva-ke kwemizuzu nje embalwa-ke imoto yase ihamba kwasala-ke emuva-ke abathathu abalisa angabazi futhi-ke nabo bebhizi emafonini abo ufakazi ushilo-ke ukuthi wababona-ke bebaleka phambili-ke kwakuwumuntu oyenama-dreadlocks ephethe isibhamu esandleni abanye abasolwa base bejompa-ke ubonda mina-ke uKenneth Fletcher kanye nami-ke sasesihamba-ke ephosphorus kuma-detectives ayobona-ke umama uKhumalo emzini wakhe saba nenhlolokhono nomama uKhumalo emzini kamakhelwane naye wachaza-ke ngendlela-ke efanayo mayelana naye umsolwa wokuqala noma-ke ususpect A ngimtshengisa-ke lokho noma-ke okushiwo abanye ofakazi washo-ke naye ukuthi kubona-ke ukufana ebusweni abanye abasolwa abakwazanga ukuthi abachaze.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Now, Brigadier, the primary reason why I referred you to this statement, we were talking about the issue of the description of the firearm that some of the witnesses that were present in the house described to the police officers initially at the beginning of this investigation.
That is correct, my lord, and indeed, if one looks at the paragraph on A46, the interview with Ms. Kelly Khumalo, she does say it's an old revolver.
Imbangela-ke brigadier yokuthi-ke ngifundeke lokho ingoba ushilo-ke ukuthi ekuqaleni-ke ofakazi bakhulumele-ke nge-revolver. Uma ufunda-ke lana-ke u-interview naye-ke uMs. Khumalo ubhaliwe-ke lana ukuthi washo-ke ukuthi kwakuyi-revolver endala.
But furthermore, my lord, during the lunchtime, I had an opportunity to peruse some of the statement, not completely, but I can say A9 by Mr. Longwetwala, specifically paragraph 6, says it was a revolver. A9 paragraph 6, Longwetwala.
Kodwa-ke ngibenaso-ke isikhathi-ke uma sesiphumeleke isikhathi noma-ke ilunch ukuthi kuyena-ke u-A9 ku-paragraph 6 ukuthi-ke ngibheke-ke i-document kodwa-ke angiyibhekanga zonke. A9 paragraph 6 yena-ke uLongwetwala uyasho-ke lapho ukhuluma nge-revolver.
The same assertion, my lord, is also said by A10, Mr. Tumelo Madlala, in paragraph 5, where he says it's a 38 special when he described the firearm that he saw.
A10 paragraph
5.
Lokho-ke nako kuyaphindwa futhi-ke uyena-ke uTumelo Madlala ku-A10 paragraph 5 yena-ke ekhuluma nge-38 special.
But what is prudent, my lord, is that subsequent to this statement, there were further statements taken where some of these witnesses were then correcting what was contained, where they said they've got no experience with firearms, they could not have said that and all that and all that. But this is what was said initially at the beginning.
Yilokho okwashiwo-ke ekuqaleni kodwa-ke kamuva-ke zikhona-ke itatimende la khona-ke labafakazi-ke manje sebelungisa-ke lokho abakusho-ke bethi-ke ulwazi lwey'bhamu abanazo-ke manje ngeke kwenzeke ukuthi babekushilo-ke lokho kuthiwa babekushilo ngaphambilini.
Yes, my lord.
And to be fair to you as well, Tumelo Madlala, when he was asked on this aspect, he says he could not have mentioned the word revolver or .38, but that the firearm that he observed was the one with a wheel. That's the rider or the proviso that he put when he testified in this court.
Well, my lord, I wasn't in court, but I've got no reason to doubt what Mr. Ramsikul is saying. But it will be difficult for me to comment on his evidence.
Kuzobanzima-ke kumina ukuthi-ke manje ngiphawuleke kubufakazi bakhe uTumelo Madlala uma uthi-ke wathi yena-ke wabona-ke isibhamu esinesondo ngangekho enkantolo kodwa futhi kangasizathu sokuthi ngingamkholelwa-ke Mr. Msiphile.
I will come back and canvass with you at a much later stage, Exhibit J again, especially when it pertains to the identification of accused number 2, Mr. Ntanzi. Because from what I've read here, all of the people that were in the house, when they met Ms. Amanda Steenkamp for the compilation of this report, they all stated to her that they could not identify the second suspect. And you can confirm that from what I've read from Exhibit J. Is that correct?
Yes, I can confirm what is written in Exhibit J, but Exhibit J, my lord, is the notes made by Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Yes.
So to make the right context, one needs also to look at the statements made by the people who were inside the house, because they do give a description. Even if it's not accurate, they do, to the best of their ability, describe the first suspect and the second suspect. But I agree insofar as Exhibit J, but that it's basically an extract of what Warrant Officer Warrant Officer Steenkamp was doing, but there are statements of the people who were in the house insofar as the description of the suspects.
Uzovumelana-ke nami uma ngithi-ke kuloko kubhalwe uyena-ke uSteenkamp lana ukuthi bonke kofakazi bayashoka ukuthi-ke abakwazi ukuthi bamchazeke noma bamshoke lo owesibili-ke umsola. Yebo, ngiyakuvuma-ke lokho, kodwa lokho kumayelana kuphela-ke nama-notes noma lokho okwabhalwa uyena-ke u-Warrant Officer Steenkamp, kodwa kunama-statements ofakazi-ke abamchazayo-ke noma-ke bengekho-ke accurate uma singasebenzisa lelo gama-ke noma-ke bengasho ngqo, kodwa-ke kunala bamchaza khona-ke lo owesibili umsola.
And just for clarification purposes, still on Exhibit J, the witnesses T. Makeleni and the ones P were, although it's incorrectly spelled, these were people that were not in the house at the Kumalo household on the 26th of October 2014. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Laba ababili-ke uT. Makeleni kanye naye-ke uSiphiwe abantu-ke laba ababangekho-ke noma bangekho phakathi kuleyo muzi lo wakafumayo ngalelo langa, yebo kuyiqiniso.
Let's come to this aspect where you say, on it's paragraph 3, investigations revealed that the cell phone which was robbed was picked up through cell phone towers until the signal was lost, covering the area of Fostora's hostel.
Yes, my lord.
At the time you deposed to this affidavit A225,
Yes.
were you also in possession of the cell phone records, both of the people that were in the house and some of the people that are suspects or now accused in this matter?
Yes, I had the cell phone record. That's correct, my lord. But I was also guided by the cell phone analyst at that time, because Colonel Stein was already on board and he had already disposed affidavits. And I do recall that I also made a site visit of where this Muleleki Tower is situated.
Okwakungihola-ke mina-ke mayelana-ke nama-cell phones lana-ke u-cell phone u-Colonel Stein wayesekhona-ke noma-ke eseyingxenye-ke lana-ke nokuthi futhi ngaya-ke ukuthi ngiyoyibhekela-ke mina noma ngiyoyibonela mina-ke mathupha ukuthi iMuleleki Tower leyo ikuphi nendawo. Lo mbuzo-ke ulandela-ke noma leyo mpendulo ku-paragraph 3 la ishoyo-ke ukuthi-ke ubufakazi-ke base buveza-ke ukuthi-ke ama-cellphone noma-ke i-cellphone eyathathwa-ke yase ixoshwa-ke i-tower kanye futhi-ke nama-signal i-tower yase-Phosphorus hostel.
Okay, now you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, according to your information, Muleleki Tower services, you say a hostel in Phosphorus. Which hostel are we referring to?
My Lord, I was referring to Basutino Hostel, and as I said again, my Lord, these expertise were based on the knowledge or the expect information that was given to me by Kenneth Stein. But like I said, also the site visit for myself to see where exactly this tower, it is not far from the hostel, meaning now the scene where the alleged meeting took place before the killing of the deceased and after. It's just across the road, you know, between Phosphorus and when you go towards Katlehong. So that's the explanation that it gave to me to say this tower can cover that hostel in terms of the distance. But it was not to say, my Lord, on that specific day. The assertion that I'm making is not to say that on that specific day, this tower, when the signal was sent, it was active and covering that. But it was say the range, that's the explanation Kenneth Stein told me, that the distance could cover the hostel. That was my understanding.
Manje ke uma ubukhuluma ke ngemuleleki tower lena ushila ukuthi ke ihlanganisa ke noma ke ifaka phakathi ke ihostel yiphi ke leyo hostel ukhuluma ngayo bengikhuluma ngayo ke iBasuthu hostel khona ke lapho ila noma ke inkulumo yayithi khona ke umhlangano wawukhona ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ke umufi ashone nasemuva ke ukuthi umufi ashone ke kodwa ke ebengisho ke noma ke futhi ke nokuthi ke nokutshelwa uyena ke uKenneth Stein okuyena ke owungoti kukona ke lokho kuhlangene nama cellphone nokuthi echaza ke futhi ukuthi ebekusho ukuthi nje leya tower leyana ke isingayifaka ke noma ke uma kuthiwa ke ikhavara ke indawo nayo ke iBasuthu hostel nayo ingangena phansi kwayo leyo tower.
Brigadier, to be fair to you, and I requested time on Monday to go and revisit all of the evidence that has been covered thus far. And I don't want to put a wrong proposition to you. So this aspect of you saying Muleleki Tower covers the range of the Basuthu hostel, I've got a different understanding, but I want to verify that from Ms. Vaitilingham's evidence before I put it as a proposition to you. So I'll also mark it as one of the aspects that I will park.
Yes, it is fine, my Lord. But the context that I'm saying, and I want to repeat, my Lord, is said the distance where the tower was and where the Basuthu hostel, and that's my recollection of the explanation by Kenneth Stein, could cover that hostel in terms of the distance. What it did not say to me is that on that specific day, that tower was active. All he told me is that this is a tower that picked up the cell phone, Muleleki section, and I wanted to know where is this tower in relation to where the meeting took place. And obviously my next question is that could it cover this place in terms of distance? And the answer was yes.
Engikushoyo ke mina ke ngiyafuna ukusho lokho ukuthi ke lana bakhulunywa ke ngebanga noma angitshela kona uKenneth kwakuyibanga ke angakushilo ke ukuthi ke noma ke ngalelo langa lelo ke lesigameko ukuthi leya tower yayi-active ukuthi ke yayingakhava ke noma ke ixoshe ke le indawo leya iBasuthu. Mina ke engangifuna ukwazi kuyena ke ibanga nje phakathi ke kwetower leya kanye ke neBasuthu hostel.
And then you also mentioned that the investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or hit rather than a robbery or robbery gone wrong. Can you elaborate on that, and what statements and evidence did you rely on to come to make such an assertion?
Yes, my Lord. I think one statement that comes from the top of my mind is the one of Kwabeni, Sifiso Zungu. It guided me to that effect because he places the 5 accused, and I think it talks to that issue of contractual killing. There are other statements, my Lord, which may be involving not collectively but some of the accused, individually. For example, accused 3 and 4, where almost similar assertions are made. So there are different statements in the docket, and I can be specific, my Lord, if that is needed. But one of them, like I said, it's Sifiso Zungu. No, Sifiso Zungu and Kwabeni is one and the same person.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Lana ke manje kunale lokufundeka noma ke okubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ke uphenyo ke lwavezana noma ke lwasho ke ufakazi ke ukuthi ke nokuthi umufi ke wabulawa ke ngokuthi ke kwaku into ke eyayihlanganyelwe noma ke kwakuhleliwe ke ukubulawa kwakhe kungasikona-ke ukuthi kwakuyobanjwa inkunzi nje kubanjwa inkunzi sorry
Okay,
kodwa nje lokho akwahamba kahle ngabe ukuthatha noma yini-ke ekholele ekuthini-ke ufinyelele kuloko engisicabangayo-ke istatement noma ngakhona-ke ezinye kodwa engisicabangayo-ke manje ilo-ke esikasifiso Zungu noma-ke uGwabeni la ashoyo-ke khona ukuthi-ke noma-ke ashoyo ukuthi abasolwa bahlanu-ke babehlanganeke yilaba bekhona bekhuluma ngalokho isona istatement engisikhumbulayo.
Okay, sorry, Brigadier, just to come back to Exhibit J, just one point. I forgot to ask you, this, the fifth witness to Ms. Steenkamp's ID kit compilation, Mr. T. Makeleni. What is his status? Is he still alive or is he a deceased person?
No, he's a deceased person, my lord, currently. We also obtained, I think, his death certificate. He passed on, unfortunately, before this trial commenced.
Yena-ke ubhaliwe-ke khona lana Mr. T. Makeleni ngesho-ke akasemva ukuthi-ke washona nje ngaphambi kokuthi iqala liqale.
And then further you say, evidence under oath revealed that 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa at the directive of Kelly Khumalo. Currently we have, before standing and sitting before this court, 5 accused persons, and in the statement it says 6 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution. Who is the 6th suspect?
It's Miss Kelly Khumalo, my lord. Remember this statement, I was applying for the warrant of arrest for Miss Kelly Khumalo, so she would have been the 6th suspect. This one, at that time, we already arranged. They'd already made their first appearance, so this was November. So I was now moving towards Miss Kelly Khumalo to be added. So she was the 6th suspect.
Lana-ke kubhaliwe ukuthi-ke ufakazi-ke obufungelwe-ke buyatshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke abasolwa abayisithupha bona-ke ababambe iqhaza-ke ekuthini kuhlelwe kanye futhi-ke bese kuyenziwa-ke lokho ukuthi-ke kubulawe-ke yena uSenzo Meyiwa kusho noma ngomlomo noma ngokusho kwakhe uKelly Khumalo. Phambi kwale nkantolo sinabasolwa abahlanu-ke umuphi owesithupha ukhuluma ngaye. Uzokhumbula ukuthi le ncwadi-ke noma le statement lesi-ke ila bengenza khona-ke isicelo sokuthi-ke kuboshwe-ke yena uMiss Kelly Khumalo. Laba abawu-5 abasolwa-ke bebese velileke noma bebingeleleke imanje ngaleso sikhathi leso. Isicelo sami ukuthi-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo abe owesithupha.
And on page, the next page, or at the top, you say this suspect, Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo in brackets, is first linked by means of confessions that were made by both accused 1 and 2. Let me pause it here. On this aspect, further down in my cross-examination, I'm going to touch specifically on the confession statements, exhibits HH and JJ, allegedly made by accused number 2. So this point I'll pack it now and then move it forward. It says, investigations further revealed that she had 4 other cell phones that she did not disclose to the police when the incident took place, and then the numbers are the ones that I mentioned. Now, what was the relevance of saying she had these other 4 cell phones that she did not reveal? The significance thereof, for you to put it in this statement?
Indeed. No, so the relevance of it, my lord, one will recall that if one reads the exhibits, the confessions made by accused 1 and 2, somewhere in the confessions there is appearances where it is alleged that accused 3 was communicating with, sometimes they call it sisters and so forth. It's what is alleged there, my lord. And these sisters is being referred as Kelly Khumalo. Now, when one took the cell phone records, that the section 205 that were done on the 2 numbers that were known at the time. This is now the runaway phone that picked up the tower from the Lekki section, and the 082 number that was not taken. There is no communication there that you can find in an open thing except the downloads in the 082 number. But even that downloads, my lord, that links accused number 5 does not is not happening on the day of the incident. In other words, the other one happened on the 2nd of August, the other one is the 15th of October. That is now prior to the commission of this offense. The relevance of me mentioning this thing is that seeing that there were these numbers that were in a possession and active, it is a possibility that this assertion that there was this communication was lying in those numbers that were not known to the police at the time. By the time we came to know about them, the window period to get the communication of 3 years had lapsed, and we could not get a device to actually do the downloading. So that is the relevance of mentioning these numbers.
Uyaqhubeka ke usho ke uthi okunye futhi ke noma ke uphenyo luyaveza ke ukuthi ke wayenamanye ama number ke ama cell phone numbers awu4 ayenawo ke futhi ke lawo ama number ke akawashongo noma ke akazange awadalule emaphoyiseni ngesikhathi ke sesigameko lesi ingabe kubaluleke ngani ke ukuthi uwashove lama number ukuthi ke uchaza ukuthi wayenalama number sisima sibuka ke noma sibheka ke istatement noma ke ubhonyuluka ke okwenziwa uyena umsolo wokuqala kanye nokwesibili ke bayasho ke lapho ukuthi ke kwakunokuxhumana okwakukhona ke phakathi kwakhe ke ngasinye isikhathi bambiza ngokuthi usisters kodwa ke bekhuluma ngaye ke yena uKelly Khumalo umsola ke owesihlanu kanye futhi ke nokwesithathu futhi ke nalapho ke lokho ubizwa nje lama number ku-082 kanye nocingo lolu ekuthiwa yilona ke olwathathwa ngesikhathi ke lesigameko kodwa ke akunalutho ke ekhuluma ngalama number lana ke kodwa akaze awadalule noma awasho emaphoyiseni ke kwakukubheka ukuthi nalapho khona yini ukuxhumana okwakungatholakala kulama number engithi akawadalulanga emaphoyiseni.
But furthermore, my lord, what is important or prudent to mention is that this transpired during the collaboration process. As I said, statements are made, confessions needed to be collaborated. So this assertion that it is alleged that there was this communication between accused 3 and Ms. Kelly Khumalo was missing in terms of the date, because it's being said that it was happening on the day of the offense. So it was, it's something that one needed to know, but how could it be? Because we do have the cell phone records of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, the 2 cell phones, and that seems not to be there. And that is how now the cell phone expert, Kenneth Stein, was able to establish and link these 4 numbers, that these numbers belongs to her, they were active and they were not disclosed to the police at the time.
Okunye futhi okusemqoka ke ukuthi nanjengoba khona lenkulumo ukuthi kwakunokuxhumana kwabukhona ke phakathi kwakhe ke uMs Kelly Khumalo kanye naye ke umsolo wesithathu ke sinawo ke lama number noma ke lama cell phone amabili ke kodwa ke lokhu akutholakali ke manje kwakusemqoka ngalokho ukuthi ke manje uKenneth Stein okuyena ke komcwaningi wabomakhala ekhukhwini usasho ukuthi ke manje ke khona ke nalama number lana usengabhekwa kuwona ukuthi uzotholakala yini ukuthi kwakunokuxhumana.
Now, Kenneth Stein deposed to Exhibit 01 and 02, which at the moment I don't have them in front of me. But amongst other things, he listed about 8 numbers, including landlines, that Kelly Khumalo used at the time, and as to each number, when she started using the number and when the period of using that number ended. The question then becomes, of these 4 numbers, did you determine if Kelly Khumalo was using 6 cell phones on the night in question? That is, these 4 numbers, the 082 number and the 2498 number. Was she using 6 cell numbers on the 26th of October 2014?
Yes, that's the understanding I got, my lord. So one will recall that what she disclosed to the police, it's the runaway phone, the phone that was never recovered, and the phone that was downloaded, where the linkage with the alleged phone of accused 5 was picked up. So that was disclosed, it's in the docket, the numbers are listed. These 4 that I'm referring to, it's what the analysts found, that they were active, but they were not made available to the police. Hence, there's no section 205s that were done at the time, and there was no downloadings done on those numbers.
Ingabe wakuthola yini ke ukuthi ke ngelanga ke noma ngobusuku ke lesigameko ukuthi ke uMs Kelly Khumalo ke wayenomakhalekhukhwini noma ke ama cell phones awu6 ayewasebenzisa ke yebo ke kuyiqiniso lokho ngakuthola ke nokuthi ke yena ke awakudalula noma awakushoke emaphoyiseni wakhuluma ke ngocingo lolu abathi ke ilona ke olabanje phuzu noma ke lathathwa ke ngalelo langa lelo kanye futhi ke nomakhala ekhukhwini lo okuwona ke okwadownloadwa ke kodwa la awu4 engikhuluma ngawo lana ke wona ke athola uyena ke owayicwaninga ke ama cell phones yena ke uKenneth Stein ingakho ke futhi nama section 205 angazange abe khona ke kula awu4.
And I'm saying this, my lord, also perhaps to put it in the right context, is that at the time when I made this application for the arrest of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, that was the information available to me from Kenneth Stein. But subsequent to that, it was an ongoing analysis that he was embarking on. So it is not surprising that, as Mr. Ramsipile, that in other statements, the numbers are more, because it was an ongoing investigation.
Engakusho ke futhi ukuthi ke kathi ke sengenza ke noma ngibhala ke kuyona ke manje efundwayo ke lana ngenza lesicelo sokuboshwa kwakhe ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo ke iyona ke le mininingwane engangenayo ke ingakho ke mhlambi kungamangazi ke uma ngabe ke uMr Ramsipile ekusho ukuthi ke ayimaningi ke amanamba ngoba ke emuva kwalokho ke beku ufanele nje okuqhubekekayo ngakuhlangothi lwakhe uKenneth Stein.
Particularly, my lord, I'm saying this investigation towards Ms. Kelly Khumalo, because one will remember I've indicated that before the 5 accused were processed and brought before court, there was a desire based on the information that we had to add Ms. Kelly Khumalo, but it was clear during our discussion with our colleagues that more investigation needed to be done. Now it then takes us to the statement of November that Mr. Ramsipile refers to. And then subsequent to that, obviously engaging with the NPA, there was also a desire that we need to collect more. Hence, you will see the numbers increasing and all other things that came up that we even didn't discuss and that we did not even cover in this court because it's not relevant at this stage, my lord.
Futhi ke nanjengoba ke ukuveza ke noma ke esho ke uMr Ramsipile ngalama number ke amaningi ke ukuthi ke uphenyo lona ke noma nokukhulumisana kwethu ke kanye nabo ke oza kwethu ke ukuthi ke uphenyo lona aqhubekeke ngoba ke manje ingakho ke sekuvela ke namanye amanamba ngoba ke uKenneth Stein beloko nje njalo ke eqhubeka ke enza ucwaningo kakhulukazi ngaye ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo ke ngoba ke manje bese ukukhuluma ke noma sisho ke beshushisike ukuthi manje kwaneleke esinabo ukuthi ke sesingambopha ke manje kodwa ke aqhubeke kuphela.
When did the police, the investigative team, discover these 4 numbers?
It will be prior to me making that statement, my lord. I will have to go through the docket to establish, but they were discovered by Kenneth Stein, as I said. So it was after the confessions were made, because it is after the confessions were made where it was now becoming, or this assertion was made that Ms. Kelly Khumalo, it's alleged that he gave the instructions and there was a communication. So the desire to establish or to find that communication started there. And it would have been around that period where Kenneth Stein then discovered these numbers in trying to collaborate obviously what was contained in the statement, and that statement would have been made after that.
Ingabe ke lama number lana ke amaphoyisa awathola nini ke uma iphendula ke futhi ke kwangaphambilini kokuthi ke mina ke ngenze le statement lesike kusemuva ke ukuthi futhi ke kwenziwe lezi statement ke la abasolwa bakhona khona ke ila khona ke uKenneth Stein manje ke esethole lama number noma ke afinyelela ke wona lama number.
Because my understanding from the evidence of Kenneth Stein, and to some extent your evidence, is that your team did not go about and do new Section 205s for the people that were in the house. That Section 205 was obtained by the previous investigative team, and when you got on board, it's then that Kenneth Stein worked per your instructions on the Section 205s of the people that were in the house.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngoba ke ufakazi ke khona ke phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi ke ithimba lenu ke noma ke ithimba ke liholwa wena ke uma ke seliqala ke uphenyo kulicala aliyanga ke la yokwenza ke ama 205 noma ke ama section 205 kodwa ke ukuthi ke ithimba elalingaphambi kwenu ilona ke elenza ke ama 205s alabo ababephakathi endlini. Yebo lokho kuyiqiniso.
As I've said, my lord, the section 205s that were made for the people who were inside the house were made by Captain Bomsram.
Yes.
Bengishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke ama-205 enziwa-ke enzelwa-ke labo abephakathi endlini kwakuwu-Captain Bomsrand.
But the point that I'm trying to raise is the following. These numbers in terms of the section 205s, even if Colonel Steyn discovered in 2020 that there were these numbers could have been available to the previous investigative team from the section 205s of 2014 that were requested by Colonel or Warrant Officer Bostra. I don't know his position.
No, not exactly, my lord. So the investigating officers at that time, they did section 205 based on the numbers that were given to them, that were contained in the statement. These 4 numbers were not disclosed to them, so they did not know they exist.
Akusilona-ke iqiniso ukuthi-ke lama-number lana-ke kwakuzoba ama-number-ke ithi-ke liphenya elangena-ke phambi kwethu lalizoba nawo-ke wango-2014 ngoba-ke uma benza-ke lawo ma-205 ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke benza-ke ngokwama-number noma-ke ama-cellphone abawanikwa akusukuthi yibona abawathola kodwa bayenza-ke phezu kwalokho abakunikwa.
And now let's go to this one. In investigations further revealed that she is linked to the actual perpetrators of the murder by means of cell phone linkages. These linkages connect her to accused 3 and accused 5. What do you mean by cell phone linkages?
Well, my lord, I'm referring to, accused 5, for example, I think we've dealt with the 2 calls. Accused 3, we dealt with the bag, the see-through bag, which appears on accused 3's phone, and that's a link, and Miss Kelly Kumalo. But as I said, my lord, and to be fair, unless then Advocate Minister does not mind, then I will go into it, because there are certain things that we found that links Miss Kelly Kumalo, but for the purpose of this court, we didn't bring it up because it's not relevant. Yes. So that is the link that I'm talking about. So if I'm asked to go deep, but unfortunately it will have a bearing on Advocate Minister's...
No, I don't want us to go to... I'm just reading the statement as is, and I was asking, by cell phone link, what do you mean? Is it media that is contained in the phone? Is it calls? Is it text? But I've got my answer. I don't want you to go to another advocate's evidence.
I don't understand. Wait. I don't understand. You're asking a question. You're obliged to answer the question pertaining to your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
As you conducted it, so that the court can appreciate too. You can't tell me that you disclose this piece of evidence, but you won't disclose this piece of evidence. What should I do about the rest of your evidence then?
Understood, my lord.
Lana-ke ubhaliwe-ke ukuthi-ke uphenyo lwaseluveza-ke ukuthi-ke uyaxhumaniswa-ke noma-ke uhlanganiswa-ke kanye futhi-ke nalabo-ke ekuyibona-ke abenza-ke ukubulala lokhu ngokuhlanganiswa ama-cellphone futhi-ke lokhu kumhlanganisa-ke nomsolo wesithathu kanye nowesihlanu. Usho ukuthini-ke la bese ngikhulumile-ke ngomsolo wesihlanu mayelana-ke nalama-cellphone nalama-calls amabili. Ngikhulumile futhi nangomsolo wesithathu-ke mayelana-ke nalesiya sikhwama esasinemali-ke kodwa-ke angifuneki ukuthi ngingangena-ke kuwona-ke umsolo wesithathu kodwa-ke inkantolo inenkinga-ke nalokho ukuthi angeke unginikeze-ke ubufakazi obuthize ubusuthi-ke obuthize-ke awunikezi ukuthi angenzeni-ke ngobufakazi lobu ongamnikezi bona.
My lord, so the other aspect that I didn't touch on is that there is the report that I got, and is contained in one of Colonel Steyn's statements. There is a link between, let me say, communication between Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused 3. In a nutshell, I just don't know how Colonel Steyn phrased it, but he established a link between accused 3 and Kelly Kumalo, other than accused 5.
Ngaphandle kwakhe-ke umsolo wesihlanu-ke khona-ke angazi nje ukuthi-ke into wakuthola kanjani-ke lokho yena-ke uColonel Steyn kodwa-ke ukushilo-ke ukuthi-ke khona-ke uXhumana akuthola-ke phakathi kwakhe umsolo wesithathu kanye naye uMs Kelly Kumalo.
Now let's go to...
As it please the court, my lord.
Yeah.
This is not an objection, it's just a clarification. So the information that I need to understand and follow it. So what Priyatia Kiminda is saying that the further information that is not disclosed to the court as per the court's concern is that the statement of Steyn actually says that there was a link between accused number 3 and Kelly Khumalo. That's the information that it did not disclose to court, according to him. I just want to follow that statement.
Are you able to explain, sir?
Yes, my lord. What I can explain is that the statement that I saw, and if it needs be, we can get to it and I can read it verbatim. There is the statement of Kenneth Stein links accused 3 with Ms. Kelly Khumalo. That's the essence of it. As to how we put his terms, that's the part that I don't want to misquote him. But what is clear is that there's a link with Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused 3.
Engakusho-ke kune-statement mhlawumbe singasibheka-ke leso statement-ke ngoba-ke angifuni ukuthi ngisho-ke into angayishilo kodwa nje ngamafishane nje ukuthi-ke yasho-ke ukuthi khona-ke okuhlanganisa noma-ke umsolo wesithathu kanye no-Ms. Kelly Khumalo.
Yeah, but what is of concern to this court was that statement discovered?
Yes, my lord. It's the statement
to the defense also.
Yes, it's a statement that was attached in the docket.
Wait. Let's understand each other. Take it slow. Because if you haven't discovered that information, you can't use it now. But the law allows you. If you have discovered all the information you are testifying about,
yes, my lord,
and you are able to say it was discovered, this is the information. But if you are not able to say that, I can't take that information. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord. What I know, my lord, the state statement was signed, attached in the docket, and it was disclosed. Whatever that is in the docket, in the A section, was disclosed to the defense. So it's not something that we kept away. It's in the docket, and it was disclosed, my lord.
Le statement enkhuluma ngaso kakusiyona-ke into esayigcina-ke thina-ke sasayindwa-ke futhi-ke siyingxenye yedokodo kusho abameli-ke basinikwa noma basithole.
Now, Brigadier, let's go to the specific linkage that you talked about even in your evidence in chief, which is the transparent plastic with money in it, which you said from the downloads of accused number 3, the downloads of Longwetwala, and the downloads of Kelly Khumalo, that photo is a common denominator. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi-ke lesi sikhwama-ke noma-ke lewa plastiki-ke obonayo-ke ngaphakathi kuwona-ke onemali utholakala kuyena-ke umsolo wesithathu uLongwetwala kanye futhi naye-ke uMs Kelly Khumalo.
As a lead investigator in this case, did you present and confront Kelly Khumalo about that photo and seek an explanation from her?
No, I did not, my lord. Remember the court, I've said, my lord, she was a person that we were intending to charge together with this accused. So the time when I would have approached her and obviously put these assertions would have been when I went to take a warning statement and process accordingly. There was enough, in my view, based on what we had, to apply for the warrant of arrest. And obviously, as the process, that's a normal process. Before a person appears, we'd have sat down with that person, interviewed that person, and these assertions would have been put, my lord. So at that stage, I didn't, but it was evidence that was important for me to mention in pursuance of the J50, in other words, the authorization from the NPA to be granted.
Ingabe manje-ke lo plastiki-ke ongemali-ke wahamba yini wayakuyena-ke uMs Kelly Khumalo wayombuza-ke nawo? Cha, angizange kwenzeke lokho. Uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi-ke manje bekuwumuntu ebengenza-ke isicelo lesi-ke sokuthi-ke naye-ke aboshwe futhi-ke abe sebayingxenye-ke yabo abasolwa laba abaphambi kwenkantolo. Lokho-ke bekuzothi uma ngabe-ke inqubo-ke noma-ke iprocess isiqhubeka-ke ukuthi uhlale naye phansi-ke ubese uyambuza-ke noma uyakhuluma naye mayelana nalokho.
But furthermore, my lord, one will also recall that I've indicated that it was a prosecutorial driven investigation. So we're discussing, with the state advocate to say, can we approach the timing? So those things, you don't do it in isolation. So there was no blessing to say, go ahead and interview her on these aspects.
Uzokhumbula ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke kona-ke lokho esasikwenza sasibuya-ke sizohlala phansi-ke nabashushisi-ke kuze-ke ukuthi singakwenza yini-ke lokho. Ngahamba-ke manje ngiyohlala phansi ngikhulume naye-ke bengasiyona besingekanikezwa-ke lolo zwiki ukuthi-ke sesingakwenza lokho.
Did you determine from either cell phone records or from the experts within this field that were assisting the police, the investigation, the source of this photograph with depicting bag of money, a transparent bag of money?
No, my lord. I no. I don't want to misquote them, my lord, but no, I don't recall that, my lord.
Ingabe uyile yini ke noma yilaba ke abacwaningi bamakhalekhukhwini noma ke nje uyobuza ke ukuthi ke le sikhwama ke sasinemali ukuthi sasibuya kuphi? Cha, angizange kwenze lokho.
And the link of that photograph, did you determine who shared with whom amongst the three? Did they share amongst the three, or the source of origin from the individual phone, Longwe Twala, accused number 3, Kelly Kumalo, as to the source of that photo?
My lord, I think in the statement is contained. So that is a terrain which is an expect evidence, and I don't want. But I think the Colonel Stein explains whether it was shared or taken by. So I didn't focus. I'm not an expert, my lord. So I don't want. And I didn't even cover it on my statement because I think that's the area that I don't have the expertise, except to say I was convinced that these photos appear because I was shown the downloads, but all those technicalities, I don't have the expertise, my lord. But except to say I know it was there in those 3 downloads.
Mina ukuthi nje ngatshengiswa nokuthi ngabona ukuthi ke leso sikhwama leso sinemali sasikhona ke mangibonisa njengiswa ke bona ama downloads kodwa ke angisiyena ke ungodi kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke yena ke uKenneth Stein ukushilo ke ukuthi ke kwenzeka kanjani ke noma ke zatholakala kanjani ke ukuthi sibe khona bona bobathathu labo makhalekhukhwini.
Yeah, sorry, but for my own understanding, these are photos of 3 individual different persons.
Correct, my lord.
They don't stay together in the same house.
Absolutely correct.
Are they friends?
No, I didn't find
Are they
evidence.
acquaintances?
I didn't find such evidence.
Is there a relationship between the 3 of them? Like, for instance, Zandile told us his boyfriend, sorry to use that language, is Longwe, for
Yes.
instance. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord. In my investigation, I didn't find such a relationship, and that is why in the very same statement Ramsipile is referring me to, I do indicate somewhere that for me it was concerning as to why Ms. Kelly Kumalo in particular will be talking to the hitmen or the people alleged to have killed her boyfriend, because I could not establish any relationship that will justify the communication.
Mina ke kuphenyo lwami ke akukho la engithole khona ke ukuthi ke kwakhona ubudlelwane ngoba ke ujaji useyabuza ke manje ukuthi ke lana kutholakala izithombe kubantu abathathu abahlukile, ingaba labantu abahlala emuzini owodwa khona yini ke ubudlelwane abanabo. Kuphenyo lwami ke akukho engikutholileke okukanjalo kuze kwakhulunywa ngaye ke futhi uzandile ukuthi ke yena kushilo ukuthi ke wayethandana naye uLongwe Twala. Ingakho ke naku statement lesi ebesifundiwe ke yena ke uMr Ramusipile ke eshilo ke noma ke lana ekhulume futhi. Sorry, you were referring to which part?
No, I didn't refer to a part. I just said I raised my concern as to why Ms. Kelly Kumalo will be talking to
Sure.
the hitmen.
Sorry. Yila ingakho ke la bekishilo ke na kuMr Ramusipile ukuthi ke lokho kusekwangihlupa ukuthi kungani ke manje uMs Kelly Kumalo ezokuthi ke manje kube nokuxhumana anabo azoba nabo kanye ke nabantu ekuyibona ke abasoka ngokubulala lo ayethandana naye.
Yes.
Did you confront Longwe Twala about this photo, show it to him, and seek an explanation from him regarding the presence of this photo in his phone,
No,
in
I
his
did-
phone's memory?
No, sorry to speak over you, Mr. Ramsey.
It's
No,
fine.
no, I did not. Same reasons, my lord, that concern me, because you find there are people who are alleged to be the perpetrators of this offense, and in their device you find a common denominator, which is now found in Longwe Twala. Now, it changes the view, you know. And one needed to obviously tread carefully and be guided by prosecution as to when do we approach him. So we didn't approach him, but it was based on serious concerns that we had about this common denominator that is found in accused 3's phones, and mysteriously then it appears in the phones of Mr. Longwe Twala and Kelly Kumalo.
Ingaba yena ke uMr Longwe Twala waya yini yena ke uyombuza ke mayelana nalesi sithombe lesi cha angizange kwenzeke lokho kodwa ke kwaba into nje evelayo-ke futhi-ke ehluphayo-ke ukuthi lesi sithombe esikhona-ke kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe umsolo wesithathu siyatholakala-ke kuyena-ke Mr. Longwethwala kanye naye-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo, kodwa-ke nalapho-ke sasiholwa-ke ibona-ke abeshushisi ukuthi singaya yini kuyena noma singayokhuluma yini naye.
So in essence, my lord, one of the reasons that made us not to approach him, it was serious concerns which may be similar to the ones that were motivating the non-approach to Miss Kelly Khumalo with regard to Mr. Longwethwala.
Engakusho-ke ukuthi-ke izathu kwakuyizona-ke lezo-ke ezatholakala noma kwenzeka-ke ukuthi singayi-ke kuyena uKelly Khumalo uma sikhuluma ngaye-ke uLongwethwala.
And accused number 3 is arrested on this matter. Measurements are taken from him. Scars are checked to determine whether he had scars from this. Did you also confront him about this picture of a plastic bag with money and seek an explanation from him regarding that?
I know, my lord, I confronted him with the allegation containing to this matter in totality, and he responded. But the response was not...
No, so sorry, Brigadier, to cut you. I'm speaking specifically about the plastic bag with money, not the totality of the evidence. That's way out of the specific confine of my question.
Yes, but that's what I'm trying to answer, my lord. So the bag of money is in relation to this matter. It's not a standalone matter. So when you interview a person, it's a collective. You put the allegation. So in the warning statement that I took from him was a warning statement regarding this allegation, and there were obvious responses that he gave me, but we didn't deal with the warning statements during the trial, within trial. I'm not sure now whether I should go to what is...
No,
what
I didn't ask you about that.
Oh, okay.
Manje lana-ke uyaboshwa-ke umsolo wesithathu uyakalwa-ke kuyabhekwa-ke ukuthi ulimele yini, yena-ke wambuza yini mayelana nalesikhwama-ke esasinemali. Mangikhuluma naye-ke ngikhulume naye mayelana-ke nobufakazi-ke kupheleleke futhi-ke kunempendulo-ke abayinikeza-ke kanye futhi-ke nakusona-ke istatement lesi esibizwa ngokuthi phecelezi-ke i-warning statement.
My lord, I see it's just past 3 o'clock. It's a Friday. Can we then resume on Wednesday when Mr. Gilinda is back?
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, what's your view?
That is in order, my lord.
So you say, Brigadier, you're available when now, after today?
So it will be Wednesday up to Friday next week.
Monday, Tuesday, you're not available?
I'm not available, my lord. Then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm available. The following week, I'm only available on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm out, and then it will be then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay. Yes. All right. What can we do? So the matter is postponed to which date, Mr. Baloyi?
Next week, Wednesday.
Wednesday.
I think will be the 13th, my lord.
Yeah, so it will be the 30th.
13th, 1-3.
13th and the 14th.
Yes, we'll be sitting from the 13th until the 15th.
Until the 15th?
Yes, but the matter for now is postponed until the should be postponed until the 13th. my lord.
Okay. All right, we shall postpone the matter to then. Brigadier Gininda, you're a senior police officer.
Yes.
You know the magistrates in the regional and the district court, they like saying, you mustn't talk to anybody about this case.
Yes, my lord. I'm aware, my lord. Yes, noted.
I know Mr. Mnisi used to do that when he was
Yes.
prosecutor.
Yes.
You don't discuss this matter with anybody
Yes, my lord.
until you come to court.
Noted, my lord.
Okay, Wednesday then.